and other farming-related businesses such as Deere, SLC, Agricola, and Anglo-Eastern Plantations. I'm most grateful to my parliamentary party for making the plight of farmers and rural communities a top priority and allowing time for this debate today. The list of negative spending and taxation decisions by this government on farming and rural communities is long. The cumulative impact is devastating on the financial and mental well-being of farmers in particular, but also the wider rural community. The reduction in inheritance tax reliefs under agricultural property relief and business property relief remain a hugely emotive and damaging subject. We remain puzzled why this was necessary, given the Treasury only expects to raise £500 million per annum, and it will be only a transitory gain as tax planning options remain open to reduce or eliminate this exposure, as government ministers have themselves conceded. A small cohort of currently elderly farmers sufferers of serious illness or victims of mortal accident will be caught by this capricious decision. There is a high risk that those who reasonably assume that they would not live either for the 7 years needed to time out potentially exempt transactions or even the 4.5 years until the next election will take the timing and manner of their death into their own hands. I have asked repeatedly if the government will keep and publish timely data on suicides by farmers and family business owners in the run-up to the reduction of these reliefs, with a negative response each time. Will the Noble Baroness the Minister review this denial? It seems particularly cruel that the £10 million mental health support fund for farmers has been shelved, despite the Noble Lord Livermore suggesting that mental health support is there for farmers should they consider taking control of the timing of their deaths. The massive reduction in de-linked payments, which is subject to a regret motion later this month, as well as the abrupt closure of the Sustainable Farming Incentive Scheme, leave many farmers in a dreadful position. Those who were trapped in long-term higher-level or countryside stewardship schemes and unable to access sustainable farming incentives are hit with a de-linked payment reduction without any offset. Those who were counting on new SFI income this year to replace old schemes that had ended are even harder hit. This does not appear to be a way to run a government, where decisions are made that lead to considerable unfairness in outcomes and the unlucky lose financial viability. The Noble Baroness the Minister, in answer to my written question, replied, "We remain committed to investing £5 billion of funding in the farming budget this year and next. We are on track to spend all the funding that is available." This does seem hard to square, given the National Farmers Union estimate that £400 million was saved by the steep reduction in de-linked payments, and yet only a few months later SFIs are cut off at a moment's notice. Evidence given to the EFRA committee by DEFRA ministers and officials appear to suggest a deliberate intention to ignore the 6 weeks guidance. Can the Noble Baroness the Minister also assure us that the £200 million investment in the Animal Plant Health Agency's Weybridge laboratory is not coming out of the farming budget? I wonder if the Noble Baroness the Minister is also able to tell us how much of that farming budget actually ends up in the hands of farmers, not in administration or projects run by others, and not infrastructure nor arm's-length bodies. The £100 million Rural Service Delivery Grant being redirected to deprived urban areas, despite the widespread rural issues and the higher cost of living in rural areas, perhaps signals where this government's focus is. Farmers are having to contend with these capricious decisions and their often life-changing impacts, while also dealing with massive inflationary pressures, low grain prices, and increases in employers' national insurance contributions and minimum wages. It has been suggested by the government that the new SFIs that are planned are likely to require the land use framework to have been published. The Noble Baroness the Minister has indicated in a reply to my written question that the publication of the land use framework will be this year. A timeline for publishing land use framework will be set out in due course. Could the Noble Baroness the Minister confirm whether the publication of the land use framework will be necessary prior to the publication of new SFIs, and what that might mean for their timing? A department official has suggested in front of the EFRA committee that details of future SFIs would be with us in July. Can the Noble Baroness the Minister confirm that? The second prong of the attack on farmers and the rural community comes from planning. whether it is displacing agricultural production on prime agricultural land with solar farms and other energy infrastructure, or the enhanced compulsory purchase order powers in the Planning and Infrastructure Bill. We on these benches are broadly supportive of the government's housing ambitions, but there is no reason why it need come at the expense of the rural community. Landowning farmers are threatened with compulsory purchase of their land at values that do not represent market value, as the value of alternative uses will be disregarded. Taking part of a holding often undermines the viability of the whole, and while the price paid may reflect the agricultural value, that is unlikely to be enough to replace that land locally, even if such land is available. It is hard to understand what is wrong with the current valuation framework that ensures fair payment for land. It is also hard to understand how this can be consistent with the ECHR on confiscation, as the government claims on the face of the bill. Further to this, the role of Natural England becomes terrifying. As drafted, the bill confers enormous powers on Natural England to CPO whichever land it chooses to fulfil its environmental delivery plans. Why does Natural England need these powers? Why can't it simply offer to pay landowners to carry out the work or deliver the services which are intended in these EDPs? Surely there is a choice of sites where such work can be undertaken and that can introduce competition in service delivery and allow value to be delivered in EDPs. I fail to understand why nature restoration levies can possibly be well used by Natural England to CPO land as it sees fit. It has not been necessary to nationalise sites of special scientific interest in order to protect them. Just how large should we expect these nature restoration levies to be? My lords, we on these benches fundamentally believe in reducing the size of the state. However, capricious, short-term spending and taxation decisions are not the way to do it. We want to see a vibrant rural economy financed by fair payment for the public goods being delivered, as well as the traditional food and timber outputs from rural land. We see numerous ways of delivering this, but without killing the patient before the cure is administered by withdrawing funding before a replacement is available. When will the government make a decision on inclusion of woodland carbon units in the emissions trading scheme? The Noble Baroness has previously said in due course, but the consultation was launched last summer and surely cannot be very complex. The additional financial incentives would encourage new tree planting to meet and even exceed targets. Our climate is perfect for healthy, vigorous establishment and growth in trees. Our target of 16.5% tree cover, as I have previously said from the backbenches, is unambitious, and our progress even to that is very disappointing. Trees capture significant quantities of atmospheric carbon, replace high carbon emissions materials in building, reduce peak flow rates in flood events, help to purify water, and also benefit biodiversity. Surely we must do everything in our power to increase this tree cover. The government's own Chief Executive Officer of the Forestry Commission, Richard Stanford, eloquently explained these benefits to the APPG on forestry and timber security, as well as the Woodland Trust team to the APPG on woods and trees. When can we expect mechanisms to allow water companies to pay for the flood mitigation and water quality improvements that regenerative farming, peatland restoration, and new woodland planting deliver? When will action be taken to solidify the strong position of the Woodland Carbon Code and the Peatland Carbon Code by certifying them under the Integrity Council for Voluntary Carbon Markets? How will the Noble Baroness the Minister incentivise the private sector to pay for nature restoration and biodiversity protection and improvement? Surely the planning bill is a golden opportunity to move forward on this beyond our own biodiversity net gain measures on a larger scale. Why are we squandering this opportunity by giving it to Natural England? Would the government consider tax incentives to encourage private investment in nature restoration, or even changing the rules on bidding for government contracts to require companies to invest in nature restoration? Farmers and the wider rural community deliver unquantifiable value to our country, feeding us, protecting and restoring nature, sequestering carbon, growing timber to displace the 73% that is currently imported, protecting our archaeology, looking after our fresh water, maintaining our countryside for access, removing litter. Most of these public goods are not paid for at anything like their true value, if at all. This is simply not sustainable for the rural community. For the farming and rural community to move forward with confidence, existing spending commitments cannot be changed overnight and random new taxes imposed. The rural community needs confidence that this government is committed to ensuring that these public goods will be paid for. I very much look forward to the insights of all other noble lords in this debate and the noble Baroness the Minister's response. I beg to move.
The question is that this motion be agreed to.
I look forward to this debate, and I thank the noble Lord, Lord Roborough, for introducing the issues that are clearly do need to be addressed, and I look forward to my noble friend's response. I'm a sort of bookend in this event. I've come as much to listen and learn as to provide definitive information. I'm not a farmer. My father decided he did not wish to take over the family farm. He was a qualified chemist. But I do have a sense, because of that, I feel to a very limited extent, of the cultural hold of being from a farming background. And I still occasionally visit the land that was ours, and I do feel a sense of attachment. So I get that. And it's important that government policies recognise the cultural content of farming and agriculture. But in general, what we need are economic and planning decisions that support farming practices that deliver benefits for food production, for biodiversity and climate resilience, while at the same time maintaining the countryside that we all know and love. I therefore thank the various organisations and the library for their helpful briefings, including the Nature Friendly Farming Network, the World Wildlife Fund, UK, and the Campaign for the Preservation of Rural England. Although I see there's parallel organisations in the other nations of the UK. What they all emphasise is the vital role of public funding, planning and infrastructure in creating and maintaining thriving rural landscapes while meeting our shared environmental goals, and not least achieving a successful and thriving agricultural industry. Now, the noble Lord, in introducing the debate, outlined a number of major concerns. The issue of compulsory purchase of land in order to meet our housing targets clearly has to be undertaken in a way that doesn't work against the general objectives that I laid out. I think the issue of what should be paid for land, whether it's the enhanced market value with planning permission for housing or its value as agricultural land, is clearly an important issue, and I fully support the government's approach to that. Now, the most contentious issue in this area has been the inheritance tax reforms. Now, I think in any debate you have to recognise on this issue, you have to recognise that the problem has been created by the inheritance tax system. In general principles, I see no reason why particular groups should be absolved from their responsibility of paying part of their wealth following their death to the general good. I support the concept of inheritance tax, and I don't see any reason in principle why the agricultural industry should be exempt. However, going back to the point I made earlier, the cultural significance of the family farm is a real factor, and in any changes that we undertake, have to recognise that. Now, in truth, if you read the financial pages over many years, there is a general view that inheritance tax is a voluntary tax, and in order to avoid it, you have to make changes to the way in which history and tradition has required farmers to behave, and that will take time to adjust. But we've asked many other communities to make cultural changes, and I see no reason why farmers should be exempted from that objective. So I support the government's farming initiatives. I look forward to the publication later in the year and hope my noble friend will cover the issue, the 25-year farming roadmap, and I look forward very much to hearing other speakers.
My Lords, I too am grateful for the noble Lord Loughborough for securing this debate and for his excellent opening speech, and I declare my interest as President of the Rural Coalition and as a Vice President of the Local Government Association. My Lords, I've already spoken in your Lordship's House on changes to the agricultural property relief and business property relief, so my views are already recorded in Hansard, and I lament the sudden closure of the Sustainable Farming Initiative and the reforms to compulsory purchase and the Planning and Infrastructure Bill. If your Lordship's House will indulge me, what I really want to do is to focus on two associated areas which are pertinent to this whole debate. Firstly, the great potential of the rural economy to contribute to the need for economic growth, which we all, I think, believe in. It's just a question of how we achieve it. And secondly, I want to make a few comments about the almost complete lack of strategic rural policy or effective rural proofing on government decision-making. Now, my Lords, it's very easy for us to sit here and talk about the things we don't like, and we spend a great deal of time doing that. But I'm proud to be President of the Rural Coalition, which has tried to work alongside government over many years now, and to put some positive ideas and initiatives and facts and figures on the table to help us achieve the growth in the rural economy that we believe we need. And I want to mention the Pragmatics report which we commissioned, which some of your Lordship's House will have read, entitled Reigniting Rural Futures. This evidences the extraordinarily large productivity gap between rural and urban areas and the billions of pounds that are lost through chronic underinvestment in rural infrastructure and services. With the right policies in place, we've made out an economic case that the rural economy could be contributing up to an additional £19 billion in tax revenue for the Treasury. That would, of course, mean addressing the digital divide, rural transport, access to banking services, the rural affordable housing crisis, and fair funding for rural local authorities. And yet, none of His Majesty's governments in these areas mention or account for the needs of rural communities. Despite 1,254 respondents to the question about rural affordable housing in the NPPF consultation, the government has provided no guidance on the delivery of affordable housing in rural communities. The Planning and Infrastructure Bill also misses the opportunity to implement changes to help deliver small rural housing sites. The Bus Services Bill, of which contains many good provisions, and for which I'm very grateful, needs to implement cross-subsidy between rural and urban areas to account for the additional costs generated by sparsity. The local government funding settlement for this year once again leaves rural local government underfunded, with urban areas receiving 40% more per head in government funding spending power than rural counterparts, on top of the additional costs of delivering services due to sparsity. So I would urge His Majesty's Government to address these issues in their review of the funding formula, to recognise that density of deprivation is not the only factor that affects costs of service delivery, and to level per capita spending power across rural and urban authorities. My Lords, the word rural isn't mentioned once in the Industrial Strategy Green Paper. And through a series of written answers, I can only conclude that the rural industry has not really been considered in the government's drive for growth. What a waste. It's urgent, indeed vital, that the government develops a coherent rural strategy and ensures that all policies across the board account for and involve rural communities. If these communities are left behind again, and 20% of the population live in rural areas and over 500,000 businesses are registered then we will all be the poorer for it, and the entire nation loses out.
My Lords, I congratulate my noble friend, Lord Roper, on calling this debate, and it is, as ever, always a pleasure to follow the Right Reverend Prelate, who brings a depth of knowledge and experience to this whole subject. It is right that the government be held to account for the seemingly reckless way in which they are dealing with the farming industry and rural communities. As the Right Reverend Prelate said, home to nearly a quarter of our population. And the other issue I wish to raise in this debate is the danger to our food security at this unprecedented moment for global trade. My Lords, the Labour manifesto promised to champion British farming. Instead, from the farmers' point of view and the point of view of rural communities, they seem to have launched a series of crippling blows on farming, starting with the budget changes in inheritance tax for farmers. That is going to cripple British farming and prevent investment and growth in rural communities. Now, the noble Lord Davis raised a really interesting point here about assets and their taxation. I must say, on this side of the House, and I certainly believe that the so-called assets of land, machinery and livestock are not an indication of farmers' wealth, but the essential means for them to earn a living. You can't have a farmer without him owning or renting land. They care for 70% of our countryside, grow 60% of our food. This has already been mentioned in the debate. I want to say I don't want to blame the Minister, I never do. She and I know where the real culprit lies, but the effect for farming and the rural community is the same. And the latest bombshell was dropped on the 11th of March this year with 30 minutes notice, announcing that the Sustainable Farming Initiative was closed to new applications at a moment when many farmers were still preparing their applications, having been assured by DEFRA that if there was to be any change in the procedure, 6 weeks' notice would be given. Another broken commitment. Now, the SFI was launched in 2017. It had all-party support. Its purpose was to help farmers transition from straight subsidies to grants for introducing more sustainable methods. In 2022, my Lords, Daniel Zeichner, MP, then Shadow Minister for Agriculture, castigated the then government for dragging its feet, demanded a commitment to long-term funding for it, and a guarantee that goalposts would not be moved. My Lords, Daniel Zeichner, MP, is now the Minister for Agriculture in the other place, and I'm not sure what he is saying now. Has the government scrapped the SFI? Does it intend to? If so, what is to replace it? I do hope that the noble Baroness, the Minister, will be able to enlighten us on that, but in particular, how the government planned to support our agricultural productivity and resilience when climate change, environmental insecurity, geopolitical events, and now in particular tariffs, make the whole issue of our security, our food security, a major concern. On the day after Liberation Day, will she be able to explain to noble lords how her government proposes to deal with tariffs if, as seems likely, they will affect agriculture? And was Nigel Farage MP telling us something when he said last week that he welcomed the import of chlorinated chicken? And if the government is planning for such eventualities, why, by their taxation and other policies, already raised by noble lords? Why are they reducing farm incomes and prosperity and growth in our rural communities? They should be supporting the vital stability of our food security and not diminishing it. I do hope the noble lady, the Minister, can reassure the House. She always listens carefully. She takes note of the argument. Dare I wish her a happy Easter?
My Lords, it's a particular pleasure to follow on from the noble Baroness Shepherd and to very much agree with her about what she just said about food security. And also I'd like to congratulate my noble friend Lord Roborough for securing this debate. And I think underpinning what Baroness Shepherd has just said about the need for food security is the need, I think, to see a clearer strategy for our countryside, for our farmers and our rural communities. And we've seen none of that so far since this government took office. And we desperately need that right now because, as the Chancellor, in one of the few sensible things she said recently, rightly said last week, the world has changed. We cannot be certain that we will always be able to import all the food that we need. We cannot be certain that we will not see a further period of geopolitical instability. And so, therefore, the need to protect, in particular, the land in this country which is our most productive is of paramount importance. And we are right now trying to grow our food, generate our electricity, protect our nature and build our houses all in the same land spaces. And we cannot just do it in a haphazard way. It's got to be done carefully, strategically and thoughtfully. And so I think the first thing I would say to the Minister is, please can she and her colleagues in government work this through in a much more careful way than has happened up to now. There are some very practical examples. We should not, for example, be building solar farms on our most productive agricultural land. There is very clearly a place for solar power in this country, and there's a lot of land that is of second or third degree usefulness, where there is a genuine opportunity to do more with it. But we should not be using our most productive land for this purpose. Likewise on housing. There is a need to build more housing, but the easy option for housing development is always just to build new houses on green fields. It's by far the easiest option for developers, but we shouldn't be taking the easy option. There are plenty of avenues in this country for us to pursue for smarter urban development. It is a matter of great regret to me that this government doesn't seem to believe in urban development as a core part of meeting the housing needs of the future. The targets for our big city areas have not risen in anything like the same way as the rural areas, as the areas on the fringes of our cities, on the areas of greenbelt land. And I saw this in my former constituency, where there is a real opportunity to build on brownfield land, to densify the developments already there, and not just to build on the green spaces. And then we have also got the very important task of restoring our biodiversity. It is something that I believe the current government wants, as the last government wanted. And we've got to be smart about how we do that as well. And one of the disappointments of the government's approach to our farmers, I think the previous government was right to try, I don't think it got the detail right, but right to try and empower our farmers to do more to protect the countryside of which they are stewards. I don't see the way in which the current government is approaching things like the SFI as reflecting an understanding of the role that farmers can play. There really has got to be a more holistic, a more strategic, and more thoughtful approach to how all of this happens. And there's one point in particular I wanted to make to the Minister, which I think drives to the heart of the question of how planning goes forward in our rural areas, whether it is about housing, whether it is about onshore wind. I'm not a great fan of onshore wind, but the government's taken the decision to pursue onshore wind, and how all of that fits with the challenge of restoring biodiversity. And that is the issue about corridors for nature. What we have to understand is that whether it's wildlife on the ground or birds in the air, putting development in the wrong places has a materially negative impact on the ability of nature to recover. And so the final point I'd like to make to the Minister is, as she works with her colleagues in MHCLG and across government, and as they set guidance for local authorities, and as they put in place all of the different measures they're looking to do to drive growth in energy, in housing, it is of paramount importance that they also reflect the realities of local nature recovery. If we do these things in the wrong places, if we erect wind farms in the middle of bird migratory routes, if we build housing estates in the middle of migratory routes for species on the ground, we will go backwards, not forwards. So what we need from this government is a holistic strategy. So far, sadly, we haven't seen it. I hope the Minister can deliver it pretty soon.
My Lords, I too join other noble lords in congratulating the noble Lord, Lord Rober, on having secured this important debate and the very informative way in which he has introduced it. I do not come from a farming or rural background, but the territorial designation that attends my peerage is a small hamlet in mid-Devon, Lockspear, where my father-in-law is a sheep farmer, and I've come over the past 35 years to understand in some way the powerful communities that exist in these small farming areas, and have come to greatly respect them. Now, of course, His Majesty's government has a range of economic policies, and those will inevitably impact all parts of the country, including rural areas. But frequently, the impact of policy on health outcomes, and population health outcomes in particular, is frequently neglected. We know that in rural communities, health outcomes differ. There is an assumption that because the countryside is beautiful and people can get out and about, that people will in general be healthier and live longer. But there are substantial disparities in outcomes. We've heard, of course, of the higher suicide rate that is experienced in farming communities in comparison to many urban communities. But there are also disparities in other health outcomes, and importantly, there are inequalities in access to healthcare facilities. For instance, 51% of rural populations live over an hour's travel distance away from their closest hospital, compared to only 8% of urban populations. Some 43% of rural populations are within half an hour's walk of a general practice or primary care facility, compared to some 95% of urban populations. So there is an inequality of access. Ambulance waiting times can be longer. Pharmacies are more sparsely distributed, and most importantly, dispensing pharmacies in rural locations often frequently have less stock of medicinal products, and therefore individuals have to travel much longer distances to get their medicines. These are all important problems with regard to access. There are also concerns about accessing clinical services in acute situations. The time from onset of symptoms to intervention for patients with acute myocardial infarction and acute stroke is critical in terms of achieving the best clinical outcomes, and yet frequently patients in rural locations experiencing those conditions have to wait longer to achieve those interventions. And then this problem extends to management of chronic conditions, particularly troublesome where there are long distances to travel for those, for instance, receiving daily fractions of radiotherapy to manage their cancers. All of this suggests that there must be a very clear focus in terms of planning considerations when taking forward other economic and other policies to ensure that we can achieve equitable outcomes for those living in rural locations as we do for those in urban locations with regard to the provision of healthcare. We're about to experience a major reorganisation of the NHS in England. The government has set three clear priorities: a move from hospital to community care, a move from analogue to digital care, and a move from treatment to prevention. But for all of those transformations to apply equitably in rural as well as urban locations, there needs to be very, very careful consideration of the specific needs in urban locations to achieve those policy objectives. Can the noble Baroness, the Minister, confirm that in taking forward an understanding, an assessment of the impact of various policies, economic planning and other, with regard to impacts in rural communities or for rural communities, that there is proper consideration of the impact on achieving health outcomes, and most importantly, in terms of economic policy, the impact on the social determinants of health, housing, education, jobs and so on in those communities, which are the most important determinant of the health outcomes for those communities.
My Lords, I thank my noble friend Lord Roborough for having brought this debate today, and his eloquent speech at the start was full of detail, full of excellent suggestions on how things could be better if the government listened. Now, I tried not to get too political in these debates, but I am conscious that while the noble Baroness, the Minister, is from a very rural area, a magnificent part of the country, it is worth noting that all the Commons ministers represent urban areas, and that's why I feel there's been a lack of consideration and true understanding of some of the impact of recent decisions that have been made on both the farming community but also rural communities too. Now, there's often an assumption that somehow rural communities are wealthy. It's simply not the case. I think that the Right Reverend Prelate, Bishop of St Albans, talked about rural strategy. Well, actually, a couple of years ago, the previous government produced something called Unleashing Rural Opportunity. And it was the one place I was able to get a map in to this particular document showing that contrast and really challenging other ministers at the time, but also the country as a whole, to see quite how stark the variation is. So what can be done? Unfortunately, confidence is now trashed by not only the actions, but the proposals to be made, particularly in the Planning and Infrastructure Bill. And I'm sure we will debate it at length when it arrives in this place. But I do genuinely hope our Lordships understands quite how bad this has got. When we think about the relationship, unfortunately the regrettable relationship that Natural England has with a lot of our farming community, to then give them powers to compulsory purchase land, not only is that being put in the wrong hands, if anything it should be done by the Secretary of State, with potentially delegating, but actually recognising it completely destroys the nature markets framework and the approach of bringing private finance into this sector. Just last week, Steve Reed, the Farming Secretary, was right to praise the standard that has come out to open up this market. You know, building on work from 2 years ago. Great, we finally got there. But on the other hand, not seeing the irony by putting powers like this means why should farmers be bothered to get involved now in that first place? Now, when we come to debate the SI in a couple of weeks' time, when we can return after recess, I think we could get more into how the money is being spent, and I'm conscious that with the change from one way of paying farmers away from the guaranteed fixed payments, there was always going to be a sort of a seesaw as that moved over, and people may not initially take up the proposals, but would understand, would learn, and then would commit. And we've seen the huge level of commitment. I generally hope that farmers are making complaints to the department, because I believe this serious maladministration has been done by pulling the plug against an expectation, not just through judicial review, but goes straight to the department and the Ombudsman. Because we need farmers, we do need landowners, we do need rural communities to help, not food production, to help about the future of our planet. And it is this topsy-turvy difficulties in which they're living. I'm sure there are farmers who are the original friends of the earth, and yes, there have been some really poor farming practices which we've later recognised, which is now being changed. But we need to bring those people with us. In terms of one other point, though, I wanted to make, and it was referred to briefly about housing. I am concerned about the proposal to adjust some of the planning decisions. And I think you'll find most councils are not NIMBYs. But when they are faced with an 82% increase in for housing in East Suffolk, no changes in London, where the housing demand is really strong, that is going to put pressure on not only our fields, but on those villages, those small communities. By the way, at the same time, as housing associations are flogging off the houses in these villages so they can release capital to build more houses, they say, but they're doing that 60, 70, 80 miles away, very close to the new areas of growth. And it is just ridiculous. There's also other things that worry me about council officers taking decisions, where local plans have already set housing densities. All of a sudden, developers come along saying, oh, we don't want to build that density anymore. What councillors and ministers are not realising is, as a consequence, even existing targets is going to take 2 or 3 times the amount of land to build the houses that were already there. Just imagine now being expected to double. So, my lords, we're in a difficult time. I know the minister is very much a champion of rural areas. I genuinely hope she can persuade the rest of the government to be so too.
My lords, it's a great pleasure to follow my noble friend, and the House is enriched by the knowledge and experience that she brings to your lordship's chamber. I declare my farming and land management interests in Wales and congratulate my noble friend for securing this absolutely crucial debate. Since the general election, we have seen policy decisions that have actively harmed the agricultural sector, undermined rural prosperity, and jeopardised our nation's food security. The government's election platform promised to support farmers and stimulate rural economic growth. Instead, its policies have betrayed these commitments, leaving many farming businesses struggling to survive. A prime example of this is the sudden and shocking closure of the Sustainable Farming Incentive. This move, made without consultation or warning, has left thousands of farmers in limbo. Many were in the midst of applications, investing time and resources into what was meant to be a stable scheme. Now, they find themselves excluded, with no viable alternative, forced to return to more intensive farming methods in direct contradiction of the UK's environmental goals. Take, for example, Richard, a dairy farmer from Cumbria. He had spent months preparing his SFI application, carefully planning to transition his farm to more sustainable practices. When the scheme was abruptly closed, he was left with no support, and his business is now at risk of collapse. He may have no option but to sell off part of his herd just to survive. The Country Land and Business Association, alongside CBI Economics, has provided alarming projections that the changes to APR and BPR could shrink UK gross value added by nearly 15 billion by 2030, eliminate over 208,000 jobs, and paradoxically reduce tax receipts by almost 1.9 billion. For individual farming businesses, this means an average loss of nearly 10% of turnover, a 15% drop in investment, and an 8% reduction in staff. My lords, these are not mere numbers. They represent family-run farms being forced out of business, young farmers unable to inherit land, and a bleak future for British agriculture. Emily, a young farmer from Yorkshire, had been preparing to take over her family's arable farm. But the proposed changes to APR and BPR mean she now fears that inheritance tax will make it financially impossible. She said she'd worked the land for generations, but this may be her last. The government says it would support her, but their policies say otherwise. And yet the government remains silent on this disaster, refusing to even open a consultation on these damaging changes. My lords, this is unacceptable. The government must engage with industry stakeholders and find a fairer approach, such as a clawback mechanism that does not threaten the survival of farming businesses across the country. I thought the healthcare perspective to this debate from the noble Lord Caker was fascinating and something which is often too absent when discussing rural issues. Several noble lords have mentioned housing, and rural Britain is in the grip of a housing crisis, with young people unable to afford homes in the communities in which they grew up. Small-scale development could address this crisis while supporting local economies. Instead, as my noble friend Lord Graining outlined, the government's proposals focus on empowering combined authorities to develop vast urban projects while failing to equip local councils with the resources they need to approve modest, essential rural housing. Furthermore, the reforms inexplicably excluded national parks, further isolating these communities from economic opportunity. My Lords, the message from rural Britain is clear. This government's policies are failing them. What good is a 25-year plan if you don't know how you're going to survive the next 6 months? The farming community is being taxed into oblivion. Environmental goals are being undermined, and economic growth is being suffocated by bureaucratic inertia. If the government is serious about its rural commitments, it must take immediate action, reinstate the sustainable farming incentive, rethink inheritance tax relief changes, introduce fairer planning policies, and protect farmers from unjust compulsory purchase powers. Our farmers and rural communities are the backbone of this country. They deserve better. My Lords, I urge the government to listen, consult, and act before it's too late.
My Lords, thank you very much for the opportunity to take part in this important debate here this afternoon, and I declare an interest as being a farmer in Northern Ireland. I've been very interested in some of the debates and or discussions so far, and I know the Minister has the agriculture, farming and rural communities at heart, so I do appreciate that. But we must grasp the nettle here and start recognising that the farming community provide the food on our table. They provide society with jobs, and they are the one economic base in this country that are price takers and not price makers. We do not have the opportunity to set our own price for our products. That is done by others. If I go and buy a product in a shop, that price is set and I have to pay that. When we produce our milk or beef or sheep or wheat, we have to take whatever price the next part of that food chain gives us. So we don't have that opportunity. I was very interested in the Noble Baroness Coffey's assertion around compulsory purchase. And I want to give you an example because some of my contribution is around Northern Ireland, but some of it is more broad-based. In Northern Ireland, we have an example at the moment where the A5 road of 85 kilometres of new dual carriageway is being developed. Those farmers and landowners have had that land vested for months and haven't even got an offer of a valuation for it. Is that fair or reasonable? Those farmers cannot plan for their future. They don't know whether they are going to have the use of that land this summer to produce their food stocks. So they have no idea. That is totally unfair. I've talked to other farmers in a similar position who lost their land 6 years ago by vesting for a road scheme, and they still haven't got 1 penny. Totally unfair and unreasonable. How would anybody here like it if their vehicle was compounded by government, used for their purposes and not paid for? Totally unreasonable and unfair. But we must recognise the significant input that we have to the economy, that the farming community have to the economy, and the rural communities as well. I was very taken by the Noble Lord Kecker and the issue around the health debate, because I, like that, come from County Fermanagh, where we have one state-of-the-art hospital. It's only open 12 years, state-of-the-art, but we have theatres in it, we have beds in it that have never been used because we can't get the health professionals to come and live in the rural areas. There needs to be a change in attitude and a change in policy and a change in direction. I want to say that I've listened as well to some of the issues around support, financial support for the farming community, but it's not always financial support that the farming community want. It's support on government policy as well. And one of the aspects that I want to highlight is where we have the opportunity to improve animal housing, livestock housing, build new modern state-of-the-art housing. I know in Northern Ireland we're broadly not permitted to do that, simply because if we're within 7.5 kilometres of a European designated site, that stops us from doing that. It doesn't matter what levels of audits we get carried out, surveys and assessments. If we're not meeting the targets, we can't even replace housing that would be much better for the environment, that would have much less greenhouse gas emissions from it, but we're still not permitted to do it. So it's those type of policies, not just financial support, that farmers need. It's those type of policies. Clearly, living in a rural area can be difficult for services, and we have mentioned health service. And I know in one village, I think it's changed now to be fair, but we had one bus service out per week, one service out from the main town in Enniskillen, out to that village and back in on the same day. So if you missed that bus, you had to wait a week to get it. Now that's going a bit far, but you understand what I'm saying. The level of services just are not provided in the rural areas. So, my lords, I do want to finish off just, and I know there's a climate change debate this afternoon, so I don't want to encroach on that too much. But sometimes I believe that there are people and communities in this society would rather that we imported all our goods instead of producing our own, because that may mean we can hit our climate change targets much easier. To me, that is not the case. I want us to be producing them locally and at a better standard than others. Thank you.
My Lords, I congratulate my noble friend Lord Roberah for securing this important and very timely debate. I declare an interest as a member of the Game Conservancy, now the GWCT, a retired member of the NFU, and both my sons work in land management and agriculture. My Lords, the recent news flow from this government has created considerable concern and uncertainty in rural communities, and in particular those dependent upon farming, both directly and indirectly, for their livelihoods. But government should also be concerned as uncertainty at home, in combination with the challenges posed by trends in global markets, means that many farmers will need to look to intensify production in order to make ends meet. Whilst in the past direct subsidy support of the farming sector could be criticised for preventing innovation in farming practices, the new Environmental Land Management Scheme, or ELMS, of which the Sustainable Farming Incentive, or SFI, is a part, was a very different approach. This scheme was based on the premise of public money for public goods. These public goods are now often embedded in legislation such as the Target for Nature Recovery and the Environment Act. The withdrawal, therefore, of the SFI, with no commitment to its resurrection until after the spending review in June, is a very big concern, as it potentially undermines government's ability to meet its 2030 target to halt the decline in species abundance, a target which we are committed to under international agreements. There are also many farmers who chose to go into mid-term countryside stewardship back in 2020, when the new ELMS was being created in order to achieve some certainty in support for their environmental endeavours. Many of these farmers would have been early adopters of countryside stewardship schemes, having understood the importance of being enthusiastic contributors to supporting biodiversity on the farm. As a result, when their mid-term schemes finish at the end of this year, they shall be faced with real risk of a gap in support for the measures that are already in place and delivering public goods for public money. Given the domestic and international economic backdrop for farmers of rising costs and falling incomes, they are likely to opt to focus on food production and revert land currently given over to support pollinators or protect watercourses back into crops which can be sold to bring in income. This will not only impact on species abundance targets. Farming is a fixed asset, long-term business model, and as a result, any changes incur costs relating to the challenges of adopting new methods. The SFI included a number of options that supported farmers migrating their farming practices towards more resilient models. And as a result, the gap in support that the pausing of the SFI creates also affects the ability of farmers to change cultivation practices to those that are less resilient on inorganic inputs, such as fertilizers and pesticides, or which improve soil health, such as longer rotations. Whilst these will benefit the farmer, they are also a public good in that they support wider policy ambitions for pollinators, the National Action Plan for Pesticides, and progress towards net zero, for example. My Lords, the considerable benefits to the attainment of the government's nature recovery targets and the resilience of farming systems to future climate and economic challenges have been undermined by the suspension of the SFI. It is therefore vital that DEFRA acts as quickly as possible to provide some stability and visibility of scheme availability, to avoid the cliff edge presented by the ending of the Countryside Stewardship mid-tier scheme at the end of this year. My Lords, I'd like to end on a positive note. The pausing of the scheme allows for reflection on where things went wrong. It appears that DEFRA knew that the money was going to run out, but did nothing to mitigate this risk. It may have been deemed a success to get the money out of the door, but not at the expense of the benefits that agri-environment schemes have been proven to bring. My Lords, there is much to like about the SFI, so an in-depth review is not needed, but instead consideration should be given to the fairer distribution of monies through asking farmers to register their interest and the land area they are interested in committing. A cap could then be applied if needed, and if this then resulted in an underspend, then farmers could be invited to add other measures to their existing schemes.
Great pleasure to follow my noble friend, the Earl of Shrewsbury, and I declare my farming interests as set out in the Register. In a few short months, this government has achieved something rather remarkable. It has made those of us who farm in Scotland feel lucky. Sadly, it has done this by completely undermining the confidence and financial security of the farming community across England and Wales with a range of poorly thought-out policies. Whilst I concur with the many points that my noble friend Lord Rober has made in his opening remarks, I would like to focus on three. Firstly, the reversal of the badger cull will leave many in the dairy and beef sector distraught at the prospect of heightened incidence of TB and the catastrophic impact that this will have on many farm businesses. From my own experience, I believe that continuing the badger cull is a key part of the UK's drive towards eradicating TB, and I would be very interested if the Minister could tell us whether the Chief Veterinary Officer was party to and agreed with this decision. Secondly, this government's policy of reducing APR and BPR has been well discussed, and the devastating impact on family farms clearly spelt out, so I don't intend to repeat these, save to say that the alleged £500 million that this will bring in represents a rounding error in the scheme of the Chancellor's self-inflicted economic woes. So can I ask the Minister whether DEFRA is now run as an offshoot of the Treasury, or whether it has a mind of its own? If it is the latter, perhaps the Minister could tell us whether she was party to the decision to reduce these IHT reliefs, and whether she agrees with the policy herself. If it is the latter, perhaps the Minister could tell us whether she was party to this decision. Finally, we have the abrupt withdrawal of SFI, hot on the heels of accelerating the reduction in the remaining D-Link payments, creating a perfect financial storm for the farming community and leaving many farmers across the UK nursing heavy losses entirely as a result of the government's financial mismanagement. This feels manifestly unjust and must surely be either a deliberate outcome or the unintended consequences of not understanding the implications of their own decisions. I can appreciate that the budgeting process for the various ELMS modules is more complex than the previous CAP system. A demand-led system was always going to be more complex than simply allocating the budget on a per-acre basis. This complexity is not, however, an acceptable excuse for pulling the plug on a critical funding source that underpins the economic stability of the sector, and it begs the question as to who has budgeting oversight in DEFRA and why have they failed at such a basic level. I know the Minister understands that farmers need clarity on their finances, so can I ask her 3 questions? Firstly, whether she was involved in the decision to summarily close down SFI against DEFRA's own guidance. Secondly, whether she has any oversight of the budgeting process within DEFRA, and if not, why not? And thirdly, does she have any knowledge of when SFI will reopen? My final point is this. If farmers to have any chance of navigating their way through the post-Brexit transition, they need clarity and certainty, and at the moment they have neither. One much discussed remedy is the development of woodland, peatland and biodiversity credits, which should sit squarely within the wider environmental delivery plans. What my noble friend Lord Rober articulated is that farmers and landowners need clear guidelines and positive encouragement, rather than the threat of a government's arm's-length body going to compulsory purchase their property if they don't follow Natural England's mantra. I totally agree with my noble friend Baroness Coffey's assessment that to give Natural England, an organisation that is so widely discredited, disliked and distrusted by the farming community, CPO powers, is both disproportionate and overarching. I would urge the Minister to strongly look at this again before it causes serious conflict within the farming community.
My Lords, I declare my active farming interests in Buckinghamshire and Lincolnshire. I would also like to thank Lord Rober for bringing this debate and for all noble lords that have contributed so far on such a wide number of topics that this debate involves. I think we can all agree there is a vast amount of uncertainty in farming and rural policy at the moment due to government action on taxes and SFI, and most importantly, the empty public purse. This is compounded by the forthcoming land use framework, the National Food Strategy, the 25-year farming roadmap, the Planning and Infrastructure Bill, the Renters' Rights Bill, and much more. Despite the uncertainty, farm businesses need to move on, although planning in relation to environmental measures and the horticultural sector must wait till further government announcements on SFI later this year, as well as any replacement of the fruit and vegetable aid scheme. Productive, profitable farming needs to look at profitable and farming needs to look at an industry without subsidies, but with a level playing field when it comes to trade policy and import of agricultural products using methods and chemicals denied to our own farmers. However, the result of decreasing government support will have substantial fallout in the rural community, which the government will need to address. Unsubsidised farming competing internationally will not be able to afford voluntary environmental good work unless it benefits their farming system. So continuing support for the environment and biodiversity will be required, albeit in a more targeted manner. Parallel to this, it is great to see that in the other place, Alistair Carmichael has introduced the Food Supply Chain Fairness Bill, which hopefully will increase margins for our farmers against major retailers. As far as this debate is concerned, I wish to highlight the importance of growth and productivity in farming in the rural economy, and particularly how to facilitate much needed investment in agricultural science, innovation and technology. As a member of the APPG on science and technology in agriculture, we have focused on the need to attract investment to support farm innovation, as the UK is a recognised powerhouse in terms of plant science and agri-research. The big challenge is to convert all these wonderful ideas into accessible, profitable commercial farming. And for this, investment needs to be attracted from both the public and private sector. So far, we've not been successful in launching public-private partnerships involving government, industry, science, and investors. To bridge the gap between scientific research and commercialization of these ideas, we need to study how other countries like Canada, Brazil, and Australia have successfully used this model of private-public partnerships to achieve this end. The Oxford-Cambridge ARC growth corridor is a welcome move by the government to encourage growth based on our enviable scientific research. We need a series of innovation hubs with infrastructure and ecosystems which attract and support high-growth startups, investors, and corporate partners. This works well in the United States and France. To quote a recent article in the Financial Times, frequent convening of entrepreneurs, accelerators, and talent is vital, together with physical co-location of research, capital, and industry. Our public finances may be weak, but the returns on investment in areas where we lead the world, like agricultural-related science, far outweigh the costs. With government encouragement, innovation hubs, and a stable investment climate, we will be able to emulate the United States in terms of targeting a 40% increase in food production by 2050, whilst reducing farming environmental footprint by 50%. With all the self-induced financial upsets, please could the Minister tell us how the government plans to bring stability into the agricultural industry, as this is the basic requirement for investment and growth.
Unlike the noble Lord Carrington, I'm afraid I do not possess a great knowledge of farming. But it's interesting how many people who don't possess a knowledge of farming have been drawn into this debate. It shows the concern that everybody has for farming and also for what is happening as a result of the actions of this government. The nearest I got to understanding farming was when I was, a long time ago, asked to consider putting my name forward to become the Conservative candidate in the Monmouth by-election. Realising that Monmouth was a rural area and therefore lots of farming, I rang my wife's uncle, who was a farmer in England, and we had a useful half-hour discussion. When I got to the final of Monmouth, there were three people there, Evans, and Horam, so clearly I had no chance. But I was mollified when the president of the Welsh NFU came up to me afterwards and said, "Mr. Horam, I'm sorry you were not selected for this conference because you do show a remarkable understanding of the problems of Welsh farming." Little did he know. However, I mustn't underestimate totally my knowledge of farming because I was brought up in the Ribble Valley, which is very much a farming area, and I was born there during the Second World War, when, of course, food security was of immense significance. And we had rationing, which meant there was no obesity, as well as no malnutrition, although the downside was that the food was extremely stodgy, but as the official history of the Second World War remarked, there was a remarkable level of flatulence as a result of the food we were eating during the Second World War. However, I was shocked and dismayed by someone who has that amount of concern with farming about the budget and its effect on farming. I don't think actually that the intention was deliberate. I think it was rather accidental because it was a budget resolution. As my friend Baroness Coffey remarked, the people at DEFRA are essentially urban MPs, similarly with the members of Parliament and the Treasury. They're predominantly urban MPs and have little understanding of the effect on farming of taking a budget review, a short-term budget review of what we have to do. And I think this is another example of how taking this immediate fiscal framework rather than a long-term view has disastrous consequences. But it is certainly not accidental that the government has followed this up by the closure of the Sustainable Farming Initiative. As the Times said in an article by Jenny Russell, it is a shattering betrayal of the farmers who trusted Starmer's commitment to greener policies. As one prominent farmer and environmentalist said, in the context of everything farmers and society have been told since 2017, this is insane. Strong words from the Times. Now, the curious thing about all this is that this was not always, the damaging approach to farming was not always a characteristic of Labour governments. The minister, who, as we know, is a very capable woman and very good at the dispatch box, was the former MP for Workington. And she remembered one of her illustrious predecessors, the great Fred Peart, who was not only Secretary of State for Agriculture and Fisheries, as it was called at that time, once, but twice under the second Wilson administration. I don't think, and he was much loved by farmers, and had great experience and understanding of the farming community. Not only that, but another MP during that period, Joan Maynard, was a representative of the agricultural workers. Joan, who was very left-wing and was therefore called Stalin's granny, very affectionately by the House of Commons, would not have stood for all this nonsense and the effect on agricultural workers. So can I appeal to the ministers, whom we all have a high regard to take her colleagues a trip down memory lane and realise what Labour once had, a real wisdom and understanding of community, and get them to persuade them to change their minds with these disastrous policies.
My Lord, I'm grateful to the Noble Lord Roberah for introducing this important debate. I speak as the Bishop of the most rural diocese in the Church of England. Agriculture provides significant employment and is extremely diverse, from substantial agribusinesses to small family farms, from large arable enterprises to small livestock hill farms. Prior to ordination, I worked as an agronomist, advising farmers on all aspects of crop production, translating scientific research into the practical solutions commended by the Noble Lord Carrington. I have the privilege this year of being president of the Three Counties Show at Malvern, an event I warmly commend to your lordships as a splendid day out. However, over 40 years of involvement in the sector, I can honestly say I have never seen morale so low, nor such disillusionment with government's capacity to understand and respond to the needs of the agricultural industry. A thriving farming industry is essential to the wider health of the rural economy. Family farms are at the heart of this ecology. The inevitable consolidation of units that will ensue from proposed changes in APR and BPR will have huge knock-on effects on support industries, lead to rural depopulation, and undermine the viability of many local services and businesses. The government has already rejected very reasonable alternative proposals by the NFU for a clawback mechanism, which I need not rehearse here. There are injustices in the existing application of APR and BPR which need to be addressed, as the Noble Lord Davis has already mentioned in this debate. But the NFU proposals, which mirror similar practices in the rest of Europe, would go a significant way to address these without collateral damage to small family farms. A conservative modelling shows that such a clawback scheme would still raise an extra $554 million for the Treasury, some 7% more than the return from current proposals. My Lords, I hope the conversation about agricultural policy can move beyond an arid discussion of numbers and economic modelling. This speaks into questions of honesty and good governance. This government campaigned on a manifesto pledge to support farmers and stimulate rural economic growth. I attended an event in this House shortly after the election in which I'm sure I remember the Minister assuring us of no changes to APR and BPR were planned, and yet within weeks those assurances have been set aside. Members of the government party from the other place have distanced themselves from government policy on inheritance tax, recognising the serious effects it will have on their farming constituents. Given the proposed changes in inheritance tax seem to have been driven by the Treasury without consultation with DEFRA, there would be no shame in thinking again as the implications of this policy for small family farms become evident. Foremost in my mind, in closing, are the men and women who provide the food we eat in an industry that is extraordinarily demanding. In all weathers, with a woeful return on capital and working hours that would be unacceptable in almost any other walk of life, they produce the most basic staples of life. Theirs is the mental health and well-being undermined by proposed taxation policy. They feel ignored, misunderstood and marginalised, and I urge the government to ensure that this community's voice is heard and responded to.
I welcome and congratulate my noble friend on securing this debate and welcome the Minister to her place today. I declare my interests as Vice President of the Association of Drainage Authorities, member of the Rural Interest Group of the Church of England Synod, and I work with dispensing doctors in rural areas. And I can testify to the rural inequality in both healthcare, access to healthcare, housing and transport in rural areas. It is a matter of regret that Labour, having been elected on the promise of restoring trust and confidence in government, it has achieved quite the reverse with its farming and planning proposals. Firstly, reversing its promise not to amend inheritance tax proposals affecting farms nor agricultural property relief, and then the early closure of the Sustainable Farming Initiative with no promised 6 weeks' notice. How can any responsible farming business plan around such erratic policy changes without notice nor time to prepare to make alternative arrangements? My lords, the impact on the uplands has been severe. Farmers are stuck in less lucrative, higher-level stewardship schemes and are unable to switch. The impact of early sustainable farm SFI closure has had a particularly devastating impact on family and upland farms. There is a long-term threat to livestock simply disappearing from the uplands, which will have a consequential knock-on impact on lowland farms too. I urge the Minister to find a better balance between food production and nurturing nature, and recognise who better to achieve this than farmers who actively farm the land and tend the livestock. The issues of food security and greater self-sufficiency in food must be addressed. We must learn the lessons from the invasion and ongoing hostilities in Ukraine as to how quickly the food supply chain can be upturned. The economic impact of the international aspects of food and farming cannot be ignored. The free trade agreements with Australia and New Zealand have been neither fair to our farmers nor allowed them to compete. The very minimum demand in any free trade agreement should be that imports only be permitted if these agricultural products meet the same animal welfare and environmental standards as demanded of our domestic producers. In addition, no meat should be allowed into the UK if produced with antibiotics, hormones, or rinsed in chlorine. Farmers play a crucial role in flood prevention and flood resilience. The noble lady will have seen this first-hand locally in her time as a constituency MP. This role is exercised through internal drainage boards, as well as the regular maintenance and dredging of watercourses for which farmers and landowners are responsible. It is still not clear whether the temporary storage of water on land, and indeed by farmers and other rural businesses such as golf courses, will be rewarded under the ELM scheme. And if so, how will the de minimis rules apply of the Reservoir Act in these circumstances? The role of auction marts should be celebrated, not just setting an economic and a transparent price, but also seeing live the animals at the point of sale and providing an essential social and support network. My lords, farming is a vital part of the rural economy. When farming does well, a market town flourishes. Children attend schools in a healthy and well-fed fashion. Farmers clear the roads of snow and ice in winter and play other such roles throughout the year, benefiting the rural community at no cost. The Planning and Infrastructure Bill poses a further threat to rural communities with its proposals for building and developing on high-grade agricultural land. The Minister kindly promised to return to me on the vexed question of 9% of farmland being lost under energy proposals to build solar farms, battery storage plants and pylons on farmland. Has she had the opportunity to look at this and discuss this with the Energy Minister in this place? Farmers need certainty and stability, not these constant changes at short notice, which do not instil confidence for their future. Mental health issues for farmers raise mounting concern. I pay tribute to the churches for their rural pastoral work as evidence of the outreach through such examples as rural communities at Thirsk. Can I ask the Minister, when the government took its decision to end SFI, will the government recognise and reward upland farmers for producing food at a time that food security levels and self-sufficiency levels are being challenged? Will she address the issue of falling stock levels and the issue of tenant farmers, most particularly in the uplands? And what will the future for graziers who want to graze in perpetuity on common land be? And where will the growth for the rural economy come from, if not from farming?
My Lords, I thank the Noble Lord Roborough for initiating this timely debate, and I'm delighted to follow the Noble Baroness Mackintosh, who is such a champion for rural communities. My comments address the impact of the government's economic and planning measures on the critical issue of housing in rural areas. I'll draw on the work of the Devon Housing Commission, which I was delighted to chair and which reported last year. The shortage of secure, decent, affordable homes is creating particularly acute difficulties for employers in the private and public sectors in rural communities. But rural areas have half as much social housing from councils and housing associations as elsewhere. Only 9% of the stock in rural areas compared with 17% in the country as a whole. The 25 to 35-year-olds are moving away from many rural areas, not just because they cannot compete with house purchasers moving from other places, but also because private sector rents are beyond the reach even of those on average incomes. Without a workforce, local businesses and public services inevitably decline. Government is taking action in respect of some of the recommendations of the Devon Housing Commission, but really needs to go further. First, the Affordable Housing Programme needs adequate funding. Government has found a very welcome extra 800 million, but its agency, Homes England, should recognise the special value of investment in rural areas. 10% of total grant funding should be earmarked for rural housing associations and local community land trusts. Second, in rural areas as elsewhere, government is tackling the delays and blockages caused by inadequate resources for planning departments. The Planning and Infrastructure Bill should speed up and increase delivery, and local government reorganisation should assist the pressures created by having a multiplicity of planning authorities. In some rural areas, Devon, for instance, has 10 local authorities with planning responsibilities, which in future will be combined into unitary councils to streamline local processes. Third, there is the need to address the loss of properties available for long-term letting to local people in many rural tourist hotspots caused by landlords switching to Airbnb-style short-term lets. Government is committed to a registration scheme, and it has consulted on the creation of a new use class which would require planning consent before tenancies can be converted to short-term lets. I've tabled an amendment to the Renters' Rights Bill to move this forward. Fourth, as recommended by the Devon Housing Commission, DEFRA has announced further funding for rural housing enablers who are hosted by rural community councils. These RHEs play a crucial role in brokering small village schemes with all the relevant parties, housing associations, planners, landowners, the parish council, etc. However, DEFRA's commitment has been only for 12 months at a time, inhibiting the recruitment of these enablers. A 5-year programme would be much better. Fifth, there is the unique planning tool of rural exception sites, which enable planning consent to be granted for development exceptionally, precisely because the homes will serve local needs. These developments can produce delightful, affordable, sustainable homes for local people, replenishing the local primary school and rejuvenating the local community. It would be good to see the Chancellor encouraging landowners to make sites available for more of these village schemes through tax reforms, as advocated by the Country Land and Business Association. In conclusion, my Lords, both the building of new homes that are unaffordable to local households and the flipping of accommodation for rent to short-term lets and second homes risks rural communities becoming enclaves of older, more affluent owners. These trends are stifling economic growth as well as eroding long-established rural communities. Can the Noble Baroness, the Minister, assure the House that government will support more of the excellent local social housing schemes that can do so much to sustain and revitalise local economies and rural communities?
My Lord, it's a pleasure to follow Lord Best, who has given us some very interesting ideas about housing. I'd like to declare my interest in the Register of Interests, and I'd also like to congratulate the Noble Lord Roberah on moving this debate. My Lords, we've seen a lot of facts and figures, but what I want to try and do in my short contribution is try and get behind the facts and actually look at some of the human interest in this and look at some real examples. And in fact, Noble Lord Harlech did the same with his 2 examples. But I was lucky enough to be briefed by my NFU contact, who explained to me exactly what is happening in one particular Norfolk village, in the heart of the Norfolk rural community, not my own constituency, and I won't identify it. And I want to take your lordships on a quick tour of that village and the farming activities in and around it. Farm A is a 1,200-acre farm in this village of 400 people. It's got a thriving school, church, pub, village shop. This is a tenanted farm from a big estate, and it's well run, mainly arable, with some water meadows, 2 full-time employees, and 2 sons that qualify under the 1948 legislation. The farmer himself is on the parish council, the wife is involved with the school as a governor and the PCC. Farm B is a 600-acre farm that's owned by 4th-generation farmers. They have 2 daughters, and he actually operates as a contractor to enhance his business. He and his wife are also very involved with the community. Farm C is an owner-occupied farm of 200 acres that's been in the family for 4 generations. A small farm, but it's morphed into more of a hobby farm because the 2 brothers involved are actually involved in other businesses to make ends meet. Farm D was recently bought by a commercial farming family about 30 years ago. It's a very, very well-run family farm of 1,400 acres with 2 full-time employees and 3 children. And the farmer himself actually is vice chairman of the parish council. Now, my NFU friend and I talked through what might happen under these Inheritance Act changes. Well, first of all, the tenanted farm, that farmer who I've spoken to, is really, really worried. You might think, well, he's not involved because he's a tenant. But actually, if the estate involved is hit by 20% IHT, they'll have to raise 10 million over 10 years. So what will they do? They'll probably sell the tenanted farm for solar arrays, as the Noble Lord Grayling pointed out. In Norfolk, a lot of Grade 1 agricultural land is going over to solar, which is a disaster. So the tenant could well be evicted, the house would be sold to a second home owner, the support for community would be lost. For 600-acre farm, and again I've spoken to that farmer who is totally devastated. He has got, as I mentioned, he's got 2 daughters, and he has no idea what to do. He's over 80. He was going to wait until he died, and then the farm would be left and there would be no IHT. So what does he do? Is he going to sell the farm now? Probably not. They'll take the hit, and the farm will get sold, and it'll be bought probably by a large farming company. Farm C, 200 acres, well, the government goes on about how this isn't going to affect small farms. 200 acres is a tiny farm in Norfolk. They will definitely be hit by it. Half the farm will go, it will be sold, probably consolidated into a much, much bigger holding. So Farm D, this is an interesting case because the farmer there is relatively young. He's got 3 children, 2 sons who don't want to farm, a daughter who might want to farm, and a grandson who wants to go to Cirencester. But he doesn't want to take a decision at the moment about making the farm over, because if he does, he's going to have a sibling meltdown. He wants to wait until he dies and then probably make it over to the grandson. If he actually makes it over now, what will the 2 sons feel about their inheritance? One is a doctor, the other works in finance. So, as the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Hereford, pointed out, we're going to see a consolidation of holdings. We're going to see a destruction of local supply chains, because all of these farms use local suppliers, and we'll see communities broken up. Now, farmers do feel very, very angry. And is it surprising? Because just over a year ago, Steve Reed, the Shadow Environment Secretary, said, and I quote, "I can give you a cast-iron guarantee that an incoming Labour government will not make any changes to IHT relief." Farmers trusted him. Some voted Labour. They feel totally betrayed. And can I just say to the Minister, how did the government expect to deliver the rural agenda and their farming policy without the goodwill of farmers? They've lost that goodwill. Farmers feel betrayed. There still is time, I think, to make up and repair the damage. But the time is running out, and I implore ministers to listen.
My Lords, it's a pleasure to follow my noble friend Lord Bellingham, and I very much agree with his comments about inheritance tax. And might I also congratulate my noble friend Lord Roborough for introducing this debate, and also use this opportunity to thank him for all the help and advice he gave me when I came into this place just over a year ago. My Lords, having been born and brought up in central Leeds, before moving to central London for university, and then living in 6 of London's boroughs, I'm acutely conscious that many of the other speakers in this debate have much more experience of agriculture and rural affairs than I do, so I'll keep my contribution relatively short. The point I'd like to add, which I've yet to hear, is the importance of a vibrant rural economy in getting people from welfare into work. To take a step back, the government is rightly committed to getting the employment rate back up to 80% to what it was at pre-COVID levels, by getting 2 million people from welfare into work. And this is outlined in their Get Britain Working White Paper before Christmas, and more recently, a fortnight ago, in their Pathways to Work Green Paper. And I very much welcome this objective and commend the government for this ambition. The focus of such plans, and often the focus of similar think tank plans in the Welfare to Work agenda, often focuses on towns and cities. And I note that as we speak this afternoon, the Work and Pension Secretary is in Barnsley to launch the first of 9 Get Britain Working Trailblazer programmes. However, rural communities are often overlooked in this debate. Whilst the problem of worklessness is undoubtedly an issue in urban areas, it's also an issue in rural areas. And my noble friend Baroness Coffey has already touched on the important issue of rural poverty. The latest data show that rural inland areas have economic inactivity levels of 19.6%, and rural coastal communities have a rate of 21.9%. This compares to 21.5% nationally. Given that rural areas often have fewer job opportunities than their urban counterparts, we must not forget rural communities in the Welfare to Work agenda. A recent piece of research by the Jobs Foundation, a charity which I am president of as declared in the register, called 2 Million Jobs, looked at the whole Welfare to Work agenda across the country and focused on 4 parts of the country. A city, Sheffield, a town, Loughborough, a coastal area, Hartlepool, and a rural area, Pembrokeshire. And when we looked at Pembrokeshire, we saw the incredibly important role of farms in the area in providing local jobs, also the hospitality and tourism industry in Pembrokeshire, but also the local oil refinery, Pembroke Refinery, run by Valero, which has a fantastic scheme in terms of getting people from further education into high-quality jobs. My lords, all of these businesses are vital to the Pembrokeshire jobs market, and all of them will be the employers who will ensure that the government can actually get the employment rate back up to 80% across the country. In our national mission to get 2 million people into work, it's therefore essential that the government's economic and planning measures are geared towards helping rural businesses to thrive, so they too can play their part in getting Britain working. Thank you.
My lords, for over a quarter of a century, as founder of Cobra Beer, I produced beer in the UK with British-grown barley, and I'm proud of the high quality of our agriculture sector's produce, leading to Cobra Beer winning 150 gold medals. Agriculture makes up just 0.6% of the UK's GDP, and for over a decade, I helped and worked with the management of my wife's uncle and aunt's family farm in the Free State in South Africa, thousands of acres comprising dairy, arable, sheep, cattle. And I thank the noble Lord Roberah for initiating this very important debate. May I ask the noble lady, the Minister, about the closure of the Sustainable Farming Initiative Incentives SFI scheme? After Brexit, our farmers no longer had access to the Common Agricultural Policy, which provided significant financial support to farmers through subsidies. How are our farmers now going to be compensated for the loss not only of the CAP but now of the SFI? And farming groups, of course, are worried about the inheritance tax relief reforms, where inheritance tax now of 20% is being applied to family farms. The NFU thinks this threatens family farms and food security, estimating that 70,000 farms could be affected. And surely there is an argument for reversing this harmful policy. I give government credit for some of its initiatives, for example, extending the seasonal worker visa route for 5 years, investing £110 million in agri-tech through innovation programs, establishing the National Biosecurity Centre to combat animal diseases, and publishing a 25-year farming roadmap later this year. But would the Minister agree that we should prioritise farming in the spending review that's coming up, and we should increase the annual agricultural budget to £6 billion? And when it comes to the inheritance tax reforms, it's supposed to affect fewer than 500 estates, according to the government. But what if a farmer passes away within the next 7 years without having had the chance to plan the transition? And a survey by Family Business UK has found that over 200,000 jobs in family-run businesses and farms could be lost due to the government's decision to cap business and agricultural tax relief. The inheritance tax changes to take effect from next year limit the relief, as I've said earlier. 55% of family businesses have paused or cancelled investment. Nearly a quarter have stalled hiring or cut jobs. And the farming sector alone could lose almost 30,000 jobs. And the changes could reduce economic value by £14 billion. Surely, my lords, this policy is going to backfire, leading to sales of farms and lower taxation revenue for the government. And would the government consider reviewing this policy? There are alternatives, like a targeted tax relief for working farmers, a government underwritten insurance for elderly landowners, exempting the elderly, for example, those over 80, from tax changes, and also separating the agricultural property relief from business property relief. And the chair of the EFRA committee, Alistair Carmichael, said, agricultural property relief is not a loophole. It's been a deliberate policy of successive governments for the past 40 years, designed to avoid the sale and break-up of family farms. These changes will have a ripple effect across the whole rural community, and in some cases, farms will simply leave too little income for the inheritor, and they'll have too few other resources to pay the tax, and they'll be forced to sell part or all of the farm. And just to build on what the noble Lord Caker said about access to medical care in rural areas, I'm proud to be the London chair of the ambassadors of the Cambridge Children's Hospital that is going to be built in conjunction with the University of Cambridge. Do noble lords realise, in the whole of East Anglia, a rural area, there is no children's hospital? They either have to go to Birmingham, where I was Chancellor of the University of Birmingham for 10 years, or they come here to Great Ormond Street. Now we will have a children's hospital for this large rural area. And with regard to self-sufficiency and food security, the UK produces 60% of domestic food consumption by economic value. We produce the majority of our grains, our meat, our dairy, and our eggs, and yet we have to import 40% of our food. So with the US tariff wars now destabilizing global supply chains, the NFU is concerned because the US is our second largest export market beyond the European Union. And it is the largest market for British agri-food products outside the European Union, and our farmers are proud of the quality of what we supply. Our Secretary of State for Business, Jonathan Reynolds, has said that there's a red line, that Britain will not accept hormone-treated beef and chlorine-washed chicken, a major sticking point in previous negotiations. So I conclude, my lords, it is so easy to take the farming and agricultural sector for granted. It should always, always be a top priority for any government at any time.
My lords, in just 6 months, Labour has morphed from casual indifference towards the farmers who grow the barley, for our noble friend Lord Billermory, and the communities who act as our custodians of our landscapes, towards outright hostility. Now, you will know from my register of interests that I have farming interests, but I am principally involved in the fertiliser industry, which sits at the start of the food chain and is part of a very large economic ecosystem in the stakes alongside machinery dealers, dairy engineers, animal feed manufacturers, as well as the more esoteric artisan trades like ditchers, drainers, fencers and thatchers, just to name a few. The government's hostility to these people isn't just felt by farmers, but it's felt in the trading estates that surround every market town in Britain, mostly through these family-owned businesses. Now, we know, we've just heard, it's taken DEFRA to tell the Treasury how to count the number of farmers correctly, but neither DEFRA nor the Treasury has stopped to consider those wider ecosystem businesses, which are the true multipliers of rural prosperity. Now, Labour's fundamental misunderstanding how the real economy works has perversely and disproportionately affected the shires, where 90% of businesses employ 10 people or less. And the business property relief plans particularly discriminate against tenant farmers, the most dynamic and entrepreneurial of farmers who live by their wits without the cushion of inherited land. As our noble friend Lord Billermory says, business property relief isn't a loophole, it's a feature of our economy. Now, Labour has precipitated a countryside cash flow crisis by the summary suspension of SFI, with the result that artisan craftsmen must have to wait longer to be paid. Astonishingly, the scaling back of elms has made nature-friendly farming approaches economically unsustainable. Only now intensification can prevent a small fortune being made by starting with a big one. And the effects of VAT and business rates on private schools are hollowing out our rural market towns, where the school is often the largest employer. And the cook, the cleaner, the groundsman, not highly paid people, are being let go. But alongside this economic illiteracy, I detect something more sinister afoot in the new planning measures. For buried away in the Finance Act, we saw provisions that agricultural property relief could only be available to schemes operated by the environmental schemes operated by the state. You see, in Labour's world, there can be no room for private sector innovation in the delivery of environmental goods, where Britain has demonstrated substantial comparative advantage. Now, Labour's solution is to reward the deeply conflicted enemies of growth at Natural England, with monopoly operating powers alongside other powers to confiscate land in pursuance of their activist agenda. Who knew that the socialists wanted the state to own all the factors of production so badly? But I should know, because I've had to deal with Natural England as a leader of a council. I expose them as selectively quoting and misrepresenting academic evidence they say supports their views, but doesn't. They capriciously chop and change their minds on a whim. They stand in the way of progress and innovation by mendaciously and spitefully
placing every obstacle in the way of councils and others who have been forced to step in to do the work they and the Environment Agency are paid to be doing, but aren't. They are unaccountable, yet place unaffordable burdens on business, stop the building of affordable homes in our rural families, and have driven many small builders to the wall. My Lords, I have read the Currier report, published yesterday, and I regret to say there could not be a less appropriate body than Natural England to be given this important work or to be awarded trusted status, for by their actions they have forfeited that trust. My overwhelming fear is now that the government will be nationalising nature by becoming the sole regulator, financier, inspector, confiscator and operator of environmental schemes, jacking up charges to support a bloated bureaucracy whilst acting as judge and jury of what only they deem to be acceptable. Now, I welcome suggestions to realign the overlapping cat's cradle of regulators that holds back ambition, but we will need more than a rewriting of guidance to remove the dead hand of the state that acts as a drag anchor on progress, innovation and growth in the Shires. Only a complete rewiring will do. My Lords, whether it is by their economic, social, environmental policies, Labour may think they're attacking farmers in a class war, but it's ordinary working people in family firms in the wider rural economy who are caught in the crossfire of their culture clash. The effect is to damage the long-term rural economy and the landscapes we should all strive to enhance.
Well, my Lords, first of all, can I declare my own interests as Chair of Cornwall and Isles of Scilly Local Nature Partnership and also as a Director of Wessex Investors that's involved in the development sector. Can I also thank the Noble Lord, Lord Roberah, for this debate, and I know he feels very passionately about this area. I think I want to really, first of all, react and respond to the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of St Albans, who is a champion, a true champion of rural affairs, particularly as chair of the Rural Coalition, because the rural economy is something that is often forgotten about. Its importance, it's not just farming, it's coastal fisheries, it's all the SME environment and much, much more, not just farming. And there are big challenges there, as he said. We can take rural transport, which has declined hugely. The ability of young people to get to education facilities, for ordinary people to actually just get to work. This is a real challenge. In terms of the financial area, we have had a huge number of banks closing in urban areas within the countryside, leaving huge areas where people wanting to actually talk to their bank manager becomes almost impossible. On health, Lord Kaka mentioned, I remember when I first became a member of this House going along to a health all-party parliamentary group where we had one of the country's experts on strokes. And I said, well, I live in rural Cornwall, what should I do about that challenge? And he made a very quick answer, it was, you should move. And that's the dilemma of living in rural areas in the countryside today. In terms of housing, then absolutely, as the Noble Lord Best has pointed out, we have a serious lack of social housing. When we had the right to buy and we were promised the fact that for every social housing house or unit that was sold there would be a replacement, that never happened practically at all. But I have to actually say to the Right Reverend Prelates that in my own parish of St Ewe, the church commissioners have put up for sale some land which is next to social housing which has been built by our village in the past. And yet the church has insisted that it goes out to the open market, despite the fact as a local community we've said we'll pay the market price. But it is out there still for anybody to buy on a public quoting system. So if the Reverend Prelate would like to have a word with the Bishop of St Germans, I would be very, very grateful. So we have all these challenges in terms of local communities. But let's be quite clear about that. All of those situations that I've gone through, transport, housing, access to finance, even energy, and in Northern Ireland, the Noble Lord Elliot mentioned the issues there. Of course, in rural communities, we are not on the gas grid generally. In Northern Ireland particularly, that's the case, and we have to pay much higher oil heating charges. But a lot of those issues, I have to say, got considerably worse during the incumbency of the last government. Seriously worse at that time. Let's move on to farming, because those that have mentioned, particularly the SFI, are absolutely right. I find it incredible that a government department somehow appears to be caught out in terms of its budgeting on one of its major policy planks in terms of not just farming sustainability, but literally the growth of nature as well. And we come to a situation where, with no notice, that scheme actually ends, leaving so many people in limbo. And as far as I can see, also in terms of government policy, in terms of nature restoration, also in limbo. And what we have is, particularly those farms that have been on countryside schemes coming to an end over this year. I think some 45,000 schemes or farms coming to the end of those programmes, countryside stewardship, then they have nowhere to go once those programmes are finished. And when I spoke, we've had some excellent examples from the Noble Lord Bellingham and the Noble Lord Harlech in terms of actual specific instances there. But I spoke to a friend of mine she farms in North Cornwall. And the point she made was that she has been very enthusiastic about a very holistic and sustainable approach to her dairy farming. And she says, what I can't do now is to trust that those schemes will be there for the future. Therefore, what do I do about all the work that I've done so far while trying to keep my farm viable for the future? And back in the European Union days, and the CAP was not good under the European Union, we knew for 7 years pretty well that there was going to be consistent policy. It wasn't particularly good policy, but it was consistent. And we felt we were going to have that with the much better environmental land management schemes. And yet now we have that uncertainty ahead. And farming, as in terms also of biodiversity, is something that needs to be planned and consistent over not just 7 years, but beyond that as well. And we have those uncertainties. And just as the Noble Lord Grayling, and I was very pleased to say, talked about biodiversity corridors and everything that needs to be done there. I think one of the challenges that we have now, and I've mentioned this to the Minister before, is DEFRA needs to move out of being silos and being much more comprehensive. I'll come into the Corrie report in just a second, but that maybe might solve that. But what concerns me is that we do actually have local nature recovery strategies now in England, and 48 separate ones that are hopefully coordinated to a degree. But at the moment, we can't use ELMS or it ties up with that particularly. The planning process doesn't tie up with those especially. And so what we need is a much more holistic approach to the way that biodiversity and actually getting those wildlife corridors and everything else that we need to get somewhere towards our 30 by 30 targets, we need to make sure it's far more and better managed and focused than it is at the moment. Many of those are good schemes, but we need to make sure they can be effective. I will just come on to the Corrie report that came out, I think yesterday or the day before, which is around DEFRA having to move forward in a number of ways. And I welcome a number of areas of that report which I think are relevant to this debate. Firstly, in terms of things like having a lead environmental organisation out of the many DEFRA family to actually lead on major planning issues, although I sometimes think it would be quite useful on smaller planning issues as well, for particularly in rural communities where those developments aren't so large. In terms of environmental enforcement, making that better and more practical, and many other areas as well. So I would ask the Minister, in terms of those 29 recommendations, I'm not going to ask her to say which one she will or which one she won't follow, but will the government take those seriously and start to implement them fairly quickly? Can I lastly come on to trade, which was mentioned by Noble Baroness Lady McIntosh and others. And trade policy is very much in focus at the moment. And I do have a concern. We've seen the very bad reaction that the farming community had to the Australian and New Zealand deals during the previous administration. We are very focused, the government is, I understand this, in terms of economic and trade relations with the United States in future. I get that. But what I would really like to hear from the Minister is, rather than have a fight between Trade Department and DEFRA that we had under the previous administration, that we have a determination that we will not have imports of food from the United States that are substandard in comparison with our own standards. I would like to hear that from the Minister. And lastly, my only other question would be, when will SFI function again, and can we have confidence in it that it will be a continuous programme rather than stop and start?
My Lords, can I start by congratulating the Noble Lord, Lord Rober, on securing this debate, and for all Noble Lords who have taken part. The debate has covered a wide range of topics, and there have been a large number of questions. So I will do my best to answer them, but clearly it may well be that I'll have to write to Noble Lords on in some areas. I just wanted to start by confirming that the government is committed to improving the quality of life for people right across the country, including those who live and work in rural areas. And to achieve this, we must ensure that the needs of people and businesses in our rural areas are at the very heart of our policy making. We've recently announced our Farming New Deal. This will support growth in the farming sector and rural communities, and is determined to return farm businesses to profitability. One of the underlying problems for farmers and the wider rural community is simply that farmers don't make enough money for the hard work and commitment they put in, and one of our commitments is to make farming more profitable. And that approach is what is underpinning our 25-year farming roadmap, but also our food strategy, through which we will work in partnership with farmers to make farming and food production sustainable and profitable. We've already begun holding farming roadmap workshops with key stakeholders from right across the farming sector, and we plan to publish the roadmap this summer. And our support in this for farmers rests on three principles. And I'd like to thank my noble friend Lord Davis for his support for the farming initiatives that we are undertaking. The first of these principles is our commitment to the sector that has food production right at its core. The role of farming will always be to produce the food that feeds our nation. The instability that we've seen, both relating to Ukraine and during COVID, shows that food security truly is national security, and we do need to move forward in this area. The Noble Lady Baroness Shepherd particularly mentioned food security, and she was absolutely right. So we need to act to support food production. We are using our own purchasing power as a government to back British produce, and we've also announced a 5-year extension to the seasonal worker route. A number of noble lords mentioned trade and new trade agreements, and absolutely understand farmers' concerns in this area, and supporting farmers in new trade agreements is a priority. We've been clear that we will protect farmers from being undercut by low welfare and low standards in trade deals, and we will continue to maintain our existing high standards for animal health and food hygiene. The government is also committed to developing a trade strategy that will support economic growth and promote the highest standards of food production. On tariffs, I'm afraid I'm unable to say anything further at this time than the Business and Trade Secretary's statement that he made this morning in the Commons. Our second principle is that this is a sector in which farm businesses must become more resilient and more able to withstand the shocks that disrupt farming from time to time. I mean, that could be severe flooding, drought, or disease. So we want to help farmers who want to diversify their income to put more money into their business so they can survive those more difficult times when they come. So we will give farmers the power to diversify their businesses by speeding up the planning system. In the spring, we will consult on how we transform the planning system to ensure farmers, growers, or their landlords can build and repurpose buildings on their farms in order to support their businesses. We will ensure that permitted development rights are working for farmers so they can speedily convert larger barns into, say, for example, a farm shop, or if they want to set up holiday lets, have that option. These changes address long-standing concerns that current planning rules hinder farm businesses from becoming more productive and environmentally friendly. The third principle is nature, and noble lords have talked about this, particularly the noble Lord Teverson. Restoring nature is vital for food production. We do not believe it is in competition with it. Healthy soils, abundant pollinators, and clean water are the foundations that farm businesses rely on to produce high crop yields that actually turn a profit. Without nature thriving, there can be no long-term food security. And this is why last year we were pleased that we were able to announce £5 billion for the farming budget over 2024-25 and 25-26. And we now have more than half of all farmers in environmental schemes that are supported by this budget. However, several noble lords have raised concerns around the recent closure as SFI to new applications and the implications that that decision has on farmers, nature and the wider rural community. The government has allocated SFI a budget of 1.05 billion for 2024-25 and 25-26. That is money that will go into farmers' pockets and into the wider rural community. And I know that people have been concerned about the sudden closure of the scheme, but we do want to continue to support farmers to transition to more sustainable farming models through a range of schemes and grants. And we will announce details of the revised FSI scheme after the spending review. And the Noble Earl Shrewsbury and the Noble Lady Baroness Shepherd also asked further about SFI and reform. The Noble Lady Baroness Shepherd asked if this was like a permanent cancellation. Absolutely not. We are looking to reform the SFI offer before reopening it following the SR decision. And the idea is to introduce more sophisticated budget controls to manage the scheme going forward and ensure that it targets public funds fairly and effectively, and also where it's most needed. Where is it going to make the biggest difference in nature? We know that uplands need further support, for example. And several noble lords have also raised concerns about the effects of the changes to agricultural property relief on inheritance tax in the context of the future and farming and rural communities. And we have debated this at length in the past, so I actually wanted to, at the moment, particularly look at the mental health concerns that have been raised. And we are aware of the effects that the challenges that the issues of SFI and APR have posed to farmers and others in rural communities. So we are going to continue to provide funding for several organisations who are delivering projects to improve farmer mental health. And the government is giving mental health the same attention and focus as physical health through measures such as employing thousands of new mental health support workers. On that basis, Lord Rober specifically asked about mental health support in the farming and agricultural community. So we have set up a dedicated team to address that particular issues that drive poor mental health outcomes in the farming and agricultural sector, and are working with communities, farming support organisations and experts to look at exactly how we can deliver the best in this area. And the Rural Payments Agency also runs a farmer welfare forum. The government's also aware of the specific challenges and opportunities that make rural and farming communities and economies distinctive. And the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of St Albans, particularly asked about the economy, as did the Noble Lord Elliot of Ballinella Mallard. I do think that we do recognise rural areas have significant potential for growth and are central to the economy. And we also recognise the fact that in order to develop the full potential for rural businesses, we need to focus on small businesses as well, which are an important part of our high streets and an important part of the rural economy, with many more people self-employed or working in smaller businesses. And the government is actively working on that. And the government has also made a commitment that all policy decision making should be rural proofed. DEFRA obviously leads on rural proofing, but individual departments are responsible for ensuring their policy decision making is rural proofed, and we do work with them to consider that. We also know a prosperous rural economy, it requires effective rural transport, it affects needs decent digital infrastructure, the availability of affordable housing and energy, access to a healthy and skilled workforce, and we are doing our best to work cross-government to tackle these issues. Rural housing was also discussed, particularly by the Noble Lady Baroness Coffey, and we are reforming our planning policy to ensure we can build the homes that our rural communities desperately need, but at the same time recognising we need to protect our green spaces and the natural environment. The government's response to last year's consultation on the National Planning Policy Framework has reflected on the higher costs of housing delivery in rural areas and the fact we want to see more affordable housing as part of our ambition to deliver the biggest increase in social and affordable housing in a generation. The Noble Lord Best talked about the work of the Devon Housing Commission and how other evidence on rural housing will be included. That's going to be, the draft housing strategy will be published very soon. So that will be taken into account there. And also the rural housing exception sites he's mentioned. The government is very supportive and is going to be encouraging the work on this. And also on empty homes, local authorities do have the power to tackle empty properties, for example, with an empty homes order. And we're now obviously working on the planning and infrastructure bill as our next step in the reform programme. The Noble Lady Baroness Mackintosh raised concerns about the planning bill's impact on grade 3 or 4 agricultural land and the loss of farmland to energy projects. The NPPF prioritises using lower quality land, protecting the best farmland for food production, and large renewable energy projects must ensure that any benefits outweigh any negative impacts on prime agricultural land. The Noble Lord Grayling particularly find where you were, particularly asked about solar energy as well. And the figures I have is that less than 1% of UK agricultural land would be used. That's even in the most ambitious scenario. And also, I'm sure Noble Lords are aware that solar farms can operate alongside farming activities, for example, continued livestock grazing. On further renewable percentages, I know the Lady Mackintosh artist, I'll have to get back to. I don't have that percentage at the moment. The Nature Restoration Fund and how it will be delivered has been raised during the debate, and we are working closely with Natural England and others to ensure ensure the appropriate resources are in place to administer it, which is going to run on a cost recovery basis. We will recover costs through developer payments, which should unlock development more quickly and provide greater assurance of nature restoration. The Noble Lady Coffey and others talked about Natural England's role. We would not expect land acquisition to be the first delivery model considered, although clearly it is a possible approach and may well be appropriate in some circumstances. And it's important to remember compulsory purchase is only one tool, and we would expect Natural England to consider using such powers only where attempts to acquire land by agreement has failed, and there's a very compelling case in the public interest. The Noble Lord Fuller and the Noble Lord Teverson mentioned the Corrie Review. I would urge Noble Lords to read it. It came out the day before yesterday. And we have begun work on fast-tracking 9 out of the 29 recommendations. And one of them is particularly pertinent to the farming sector. About rapidly reviewing and reworking currently regulatory guidance. Farmers currently have to consider and comply with over 150 pieces of regulation, which we think is unfeasible, so we are looking at that as part of it. On land use, the Noble Lord Rober asked about this, about the land use framework. We're consulting on that until the 25th of April. And the idea is it isn't going to tell anybody how to use their land or what to do with it. It's not the intention to use it to make binding decision-making for land or to prescribe specific outcomes. It's intended to advise those managing the land and who are preparing local strategies or plans. So there'll be more information on that clearly once it's published. On health, Noble Lord Packer and Noble Lord Elliot and Lord Harlett mentioned how demographics do show as they age, more people move to outer towns and cities, to coastal and rural areas. So at the time they're going to need most care, they're putting the most pressures on the health services. The integrated care systems in England should have a very specific role to play on this, but I completely understand where the Noble Lord was coming from, living in a very, very rural area myself. Travel times in Cumbria to healthcare are long. And we have poor roads that can take an awfully long time. And one of the reasons I'm very pleased to be on the Child Poverty Task Force is that actually those kind of aspects of poverty and access to health is a really, really fundamental part of the discussions that we are having. A number of Noble Lords, Lord Elliot, the Right Reverend Prelate Bishop of St Albans, mentioned the bus services bill. And the bill will deliver new powers for local leaders to empower them to choose the model that works best in their area. And that clearly will include rural services, because buses are vital and have been disappearing at far too great a rate in rural areas. The Noble Lord Rober mentioned de-linked payments. I ought to declare an interest because I'm actually in receipt of de-linked payments, so I have a very, very clear understanding of how rapidly they have been going downwards. But we have provided a calculator so farmers can see the impact the reductions could have on their 2025 payments. Lord Rober asked a specific question as whether the budget for Weybridge was part of the farming budget. I confirm that's separate. Lord Horam asked about private investment in tech and innovation. Since 2021, the Farming Innovation Programme has attracted over £54 million in private investment, in addition to the £152 million that DEFRA has committed. It's an important part of what we do. Tenant farmers was mentioned by Lord Fuller and others, and Lord Fuller also had some very interesting other ideas and thoughts, I thought. So DEFRA is working collaboratively with industry representatives to improve the challenges faced by tenant farmers through the Farm Tenancy Forum. Also, the lack of local affordable housing for tenant farmers who want to retire from a tenanted holding has been identified as a key barrier. So again, we're looking at that. We've started the recruitment campaign for the Commissioner for Tenant Farming sector. That's now live. Lord Carrington asked about research and innovation. As I said, I've just mentioned that there's a lot available. If farmers know where to look, we need to work out how we work with people to make sure that things are accessible. On bovine TV, Noble Lord Douglas Miller mentioned this. The government started work on its new bovine TB eradication strategy to drive down TB rates and to end the badger cull by the end of this Parliament. A key part of the strategy is to drive forward the ongoing development of the cattle vaccine, and we're working closely with farmers, vets, scientists and conservationists to rapidly strengthen and deploy a range of disease control measures. We're also going to introduce the first badger population survey in over a decade, so we can actually have a data-driven approach to inform how and where TB vaccines and other eradication methods are employed, and we'll establish a new badger vaccinator field force. The Noble Baroness McIntosh asked about if we were supporting farmers to support water on farmland. We've committed to a record £2.65 billion floods investment programme, which will deliver on natural flood management, with the impact of a project on agricultural land included as part of the funding calculator. And in addition, we've published a rapid evidence assessment back in 2024 of flooding and coastal erosion on agricultural land and businesses, and this also discusses the evidence for agriculture as a provider of natural flood management. My Lords, it looks like I'm about to run out of time, so I just wanted to say in conclusion that I have, genuinely listened very carefully to Noble Lord's concerns, because I do appreciate there are a lot of concerns around funding and support for farming at the moment. I do think it's important to recognise the huge interest and knowledge that this House brings to these discussions. And we have had several rural debates in the Chamber and, of course, in the other place. And I've also heard as well, separately, from many members who are concerned about the issues that have been facing the rural areas that they live in or have previously represented. So I just wanted to say that I will take those concerns back to the department. The Farming Minister, Daniel Zeichner, is also very cognizant of all of this. So again, I've run out of time, so I'd just like to wish the House a very restful break and a happy Easter.
Before the debate sits down, I asked several questions, raised many points. Not one has been answered. I'd be grateful if the Minister could put a written answer in the library. Thank you.
I did say right at the beginning that I wasn't going to be able to get to everything within the time, and that I would write to those questions that hadn't been answered.
Well done, sir. My Lords, I'm grateful to all Noble Lords who've spoken in support of this motion, and also to the Noble Baroness, the Minister, for attempting to answer as many questions as she could in the time available, and I do look forward to answers where they've been missed. I'd like to just summarise and highlight a few points. I thought the Noble Lord Davis of Brixton made a very welcome contribution to the debate, but I would take issue with his comments about inheritance tax on family farms and family businesses. Family businesses are the lifeblood of our economy. Without them, we wouldn't have Pearson, Rolls-Royce, GKN, Tesco, Marks & Spencer, Whitbread, Sainsbury, etc., etc., etc. Large businesses start as small businesses, and they're started by individuals and families. And at the moment, we have companies like Dyson and JCB, which are private companies and thriving. We on these benches want fair treatment of all family businesses and allow them the chance to compete effectively with public and overseas companies so they can grow into future champions of our economy. Having to be prepared at all times to pay a 20% IHT charge as well as funding the dividend tax liability on that is highly damaging. I would go further than my noble friend, the Baroness Shepherd, and others. It's all family businesses, including farmers, needing these reliefs to thrive. My noble friend Lord Grayling made a powerful case that it is absurd when we have so much land that is best and most versatile. That we have so much land that is not best and most versatile, that the Secretary of State for Energy continues to permit so much solar development, in particular, on this best and most versatile land. And I also completely agree with his point that housing development should be prioritised on brownfield land before greenfield is taken. There were a number of noble lords around the House who spoke about the disparity in opportunity, disparity in healthcare, etc., between the rural and urban environments. And I particularly noted Lord Caker, his very powerful discussion of access to healthcare, both emergency and chronic, as well as the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of St Albans, highlighting the productivity gap between the rural and urban environments. And I thought the contribution of the Noble Lord, Lord Elliot of Ballinamallard, highlighting the planning constraints on livestock farms in Northern Ireland, making it so difficult to improve animal welfare and also to allow for better management of animal waste. And I thought it was encouraging the Noble Baroness, the Minister, mentioning the work that's going on at the moment in allowing farmers to do more on the planning front to support their businesses. And I would hope that the government will consult quite widely on that. So I think the Right Reverend Prelate, the Bishop of Hereford, sort of summed up the mood in the countryside, an all-time low in morale, which does mean that there's a huge opportunity for this government to improve things. And I hope some of the suggestions that have been raised in today's debate will be taken forward. And in the meantime, I beg to move.
Is that this motion be agreed to, as many of that opinion shall so contend? Contrary, not content, the contents have it. Perhaps we might take 2 minutes. Ching. A short debate, landmines and cluster munitions, Lord Valderrama.
My Lords, I would like to thank everyone who will be speaking today. No doubt we will hear a range of views. I'm sure all of us would rather this debate had been prompted by new ratification of these treaties rather than withdrawals, and by a more reassuring security situation in Europe. But I trust we can also all agree that it is not lack of commitment to international law or to arms control that has led Poland, Finland and the Baltic states to announce their withdrawal from the Ottawa Treaty and Lithuania to withdraw from the Oslo Convention on Cluster Munitions. These are free, law-abiding, peace-loving nations led by mainstream political parties. Centrist parties affiliated with the European People's Party are in power in Poland, Finland and Latvia, Social Democrats in Lithuania and the Liberals in Estonia. My Lords, I co-authored the recent report by Policy Exchange on these developments. I thank the Noble Lord, Lord Godson, for his intellectual leadership, and Air Marshal Ed Stringer, a senior fellow at Policy Exchange, for his invaluable expertise on defence matters. There is a question mark in the title of that report because I don't yet have firm answers to the questions we posed. But these questions are urgent, and we need to hear what our government's thinking is. On that note, in an answer to a written question on this topic on Monday, Lord Coker said the UK will continue to engage bilaterally on the actions these states plan to take. Can the Noble Baroness, the Minister, now tell us a bit more about the engagement that the government has had so far with our 5 allies following their announcement? And can she also tell us whether there has been any engagement with the French government on this matter? My Lords, while our focus today is on the Ottawa Treaty and the Oslo Convention on Cluster Munitions, we must remember that other important treaties and arrangements for our security are also in crisis. The 1990 Treaty on Conventional Armed Forces in Europe was suspended by Russia in 2007. In November 23, Russia withdrew. Russia has also withdrawn from the Open Skies Treaty. Russia stopped all verification visits under the 2011 Vienna document, a very important confidence and security building instrument. On the non-conventional front, the picture is also very concerning. Since 2018, NATO has declared Russia in breach of the 1987 INF Treaty, the Intermediate Nuclear Forces Treaty. The US withdrew in 2019, citing Russia's continued non-compliance as a reason. In 1923, Russia rescinded its ratification, as it put it, of the Comprehensive Nuclear Test Ban Treaty. My Lords, Russia was never a party to the Ottawa Treaty, although it was and still is a party to a pre-Ottawa Treaty which regulates but doesn't ban the use of landmines. Everyone else in Europe, including Belarus, joined the Ottawa Treaty. The Americans did not. The main reason they gave was the defense of South Korea. South Korea has a land boundary of 240 kilometers with North Korea. South Korea has a very advanced military with an active personnel of 500,000 and the second largest reserve army in the world, over 3 million. There is a long-standing and significant American military presence in South Korea. Each of the 5 countries that announced its withdrawal from the Ottawa Treaty has a longer land boundary with Russia and Belarus than South Korea has with North Korea. Their armed forces are considerably smaller than South Korea's, and the Joint Expeditionary Force, which we lead, is also smaller than the US forces in the Korean Peninsula. In that sense, it is not surprising that these European allies, in the much more challenging position they face with Russia on the other side, have concluded that they too may need anti-personnel landmines for their defense. At this point, the only NATO country sharing a border with Russia that has said it will not withdraw from Ottawa is Norway. But given where that boundary is, some 250 miles north of the Arctic Circle, Norway is simply not as vulnerable to a land invasion from Russia as the other 5 states. Where do these developments leave Britain as a state party to the Ottawa Treaty, committed as we are to the defence of our allies? The obligations under Article 1 are very far-reaching. We cannot use anti-personnel landmines, retain them or transfer them directly or indirectly to anyone, nor can we assist or encourage in any way anyone to use them. Section 2 of the Landmines Act 1998 creates various domestic law offences based on these provisions. If anti-personnel landmines become, for better or for worse, an important part of the defensive strategy of frontline NATO states, does the government believe that we can be as effective in defending them while we remain subject to these far-reaching obligations? And have we asked these allies what they think? To justify our cooperation with them, we would have to rely on a declaration we made on ratification of the Ottawa Treaty in 1998. This declaration says that the UK's understanding is that mere participation in the planning or execution of operations with non-state parties that use anti-personnel landmines is not a form of assistance prohibited under the treaty. But we are more than mere participants. We are the lead nation of the Joint Expeditionary Force and therefore the NATO country that would have to lead in the defence of Estonia. Does the government consider that this unilateral declaration remains fit for purpose in the current situation and that it would survive legal challenge? My Lords, the Cluster Munitions Convention was concluded 10 years after the Ottawa Treaty. By then, Russia's neighbours were becoming nervous. Poland, Finland, Latvia, Estonia, Romania, Ukraine, Turkey, and of course the United States all stayed out. The one country that went in is Lithuania, but it has now withdrawn. Unlike the Ottawa Treaty, the Cluster Munitions Convention does have a provision, Article 21(3), that expressly permits state parties to, and I quote, engage in military operations with states not party to this convention that might engage in activities prohibited to a state party. The noble Lord, Lord Brown of Leadenhall, who was Defence Secretary at the time and who I know had intended to speak today, would have reminded us that this was a key provision from a UK perspective because it meant that we could still operate with the Americans and rely on them. But is it sufficient now? The Prime Minister, who I think must really be congratulated for his leadership throughout this crisis, has said that the Europeans must now be ready to do the heavy lifting. He says rightly that ours is an era where peace depends on strength and deterrence. If that is so, can Europe's 2 main military powers, the UK and France, really afford to deprive themselves of this capability? Let us not forget that both the Ottawa Treaty and the Oslo Convention provide that if the withdrawing state is engaged in an armed conflict, the withdrawal will take effect only after the end of the armed conflict. Ukraine, for example, remains bound by the Ottawa Treaty until the end of its conflict with Russia, even though Russia is not a party. So this rule applies even if one party is a victim of an unprovoked aggression by a non-party. We must therefore consider now the impact that this may have on our potential deployment in Ukraine. The purpose of such deployment would be to dissuade, as President Macron put it, further Russian aggression. Cluster munitions and anti-personnel landmines have been used widely by both parties in the Ukrainian-Russian conflict. I've read no analysis that suggests that you could be an effective belligerent in that theatre without these capabilities. Indeed, one of the last decisions of the Biden administration was to supply Ukraine with anti-personnel landmines because, as the then US Defense Secretary Lloyd Austin put it, Russia changed its tactics and Ukraine now needed these weapons. Would it be wise to deploy British troops without equipping them with the capabilities that, according to the Americans, the Ukrainians and other frontline NATO allies are necessary in that very theatre? And if we did, would such a deployment have the credibility that effective deterrence requires? My Lords, in a widely reported speech last month, Prime Minister Tusk said, Poland must achieve the most modern capabilities, even in nuclear weapons and modern non-conventional weapons. This is an alarming statement, and we must consider how best to respond to the concerns that prompted it. Is this not the time to provide Poland and other allies with maximum reassurance on the conventional front, to lower any incentive they might have to explore the acquisition of non-conventional weapons? And how can we reassure them effectively if we're not prepared to consider reacquiring conventional capabilities that under previous assumptions we thought we could dispense with, but that have turned out to be necessary? My Lords, we cannot avoid conventional rearmament in Europe, but what we can't afford and may still have time to prevent is non-conventional proliferation. If we are too cautious on the conventional weapons front, we might miss an opportunity to diffuse a far more terrifying arms race. As the Prime Minister said, we face tough decisions. This might be one of them.
My Lords, I take a different view from that of the noble Lord in what he said. I've been involved for a long time in campaigns against anti-personnel landmines and against cluster munitions. And indeed, I visited the clearing teams in South Lebanon who were dealing with cluster bombs that were lying there. I've met the MAG people in Vietnam who were clearing unexploded ordnance all over the country. My Lords, 60 countries are contaminated. In Ukraine, for example, 2 million landmines have been put in there since February 1922. The problem is that both cluster bombs and landmines are there long after the conflict is over. Cluster bombs don't always explode on impact, and the landmines are there hidden away, and they cause enormous danger to civilians who want to go there long after the conflict. For example, children playing, women collecting water, planting crops. These are the dangers, and we're leaving countries badly contaminated. The military uses, I think, are questionable. I remember a Marine general, an American general, said, I wouldn't send my Marines in where there have been cluster bombs, because if they march forward, they'll get injured by them. My Lords, I attended the Dublin meeting at which UK influence was maximum, and it was Gordon Brown who sent a message saying we should sign, and other countries, that is on cluster bombs. Other countries said, if the UK supports this, it must be okay. And I think we've led the world, and we've set a good example. It is the refugees who can't go home safely because their lands are contaminated, their fields are contaminated. In Afghanistan, there are 2,200 staff clearing the mines. About half of them, or the other ordnance, half of them have been removed already. I regret very much that Poland and the Baltic states have taken the view they have. The UK should set an example in going on funding the clearance of landmines. Lords, I feel very emotional about this. I hope the Minister will respond positively.
My Lords, it's an honour to follow the noble Lord Dubs because we have debated this issue before, 18 years ago. And I have to say that in the 25 years that I've known the noble Lord, he doesn't seem to have aged at all. He's still just as effective. My Lords, according to your Lordship's library, there are only 2 people in this Parliament who have both operational overseas military experience and operational overseas aid experience, and the other one is Alex Ballinger MP. In 2006, I was the only backbencher who counselled caution about the Noble Lord's Bill, and my counsel on the issue has not changed. My Lords, it may be thought by some that the military advice from myself, and more importantly, from the noble and gallant Lord who will speak shortly, takes no account of the suffering caused by these munitions and is heartless. Nothing could be further from the truth. In 1995, I was running an NGO in Rwanda. Every time I passed a hospital in Kigali, I saw young Rwandan soldiers with either one or both lower limbs missing. The blood was still often seeping from their bandages. These images are still with me now, just as strongly as the fatalities and other life-threatening emergencies that I have had to deal with. Obviously, these soldiers were victims of landmines. However, my counsel is to support the policy exchange paper and listen carefully, very carefully, to the noble and gallant Lord. Finally, the noble Baroness, the Minister, will find herself having to make even more really difficult decisions, and quite soon, because of the 6-month rule.
My Lords, it's a pleasure following both Lord Attlee and Lord Doves. In our safe distance away from the front line of facing Putin's Russia, it's harder for us to understand the threat that the Baltic states, Poland and Finland and other countries face. Many people think that landmines are a tool of wars past, but Russia's war on Ukraine is an old-style war with trenches in the grinding front line. Drones and other modern techniques have added to, not taken away, the threat of unexploded ordnance. And Ukraine now has the largest amount of unexploded ordnance in the world. My Lords, I spoke in the debate on International Women's Day of the all-women landmine teams in Ukraine and other countries who are trained and supported by UK-based HALO and MAG and funded by international aid from a number of countries, including the UK. And at a time when other European countries talk of leaving the Ottawa Agreement because of threats of invasion on their doorsteps, it is vital that this aid continues. Tomorrow is Anti-Landmine Day. Today at the APPG, we heard of a programme of demining that also helps local people to develop and enrich the cleared soil and then start growing things again, wheat, vines, olives, whatever the local needs are. The FCDO has a proud history of supporting landmine and cluster bomb clearance. Regardless of the decisions by the countries facing Russia and the many other countries still living with landmines, can the Minister assure your Lordship's House that demining projects will remain a priority? Because this is so much more. Local people are trained in a range of skills. As mines are cleared, the trained staff also work with their communities, who are still often fearful and living with the day-to-day consequences of war. And they too are given the tools, a cleared earth to rebuild their lives, create food and recreate their local economy. These FCDO grants work miracles. But above all, my Lords, these grants save lives.
My Lords, in the brief time allotted, I want to make simply one point and pose two questions. My point: the law of armed conflict does not prohibit the killing of civilians. It says they must not be targeted, that they must be protected as far as is feasible, and that the risk posed to civilians by military operations must be proportionate to the military advantage sought. This point is crucial. To my first question, during the Second World War, anywhere between 600,000 and 1 million civilians died in the siege of Leningrad, nearly all from starvation. If that siege could have been prevented or even truncated by the use of anti-personnel landmines and or cluster weapons, would their use have been justified, or should the appalling death toll have been allowed to continue? My second question is this: if we were faced on our border with an aggressive, unprincipled and ruthless foe determined upon destruction and subjugation, and the use of mines and or cluster weapons would be pivotal in deterring or defending against such a foe, would we be right to use them? Or should we allow our infrastructure to be destroyed our civilians to be killed and our children to be kidnapped. Perhaps certitude is easier and more comfortable the further one is removed from the direct threat. In thinking about the safety of civilians in war, it is crucial to weigh all the factors and to search for a balanced judgment in line with the law of armed conflict. Absolute prohibitions do not lend themselves to such weighing and judging, especially when they're applied only to the defender. Finally, my lords, the best way to ensure the safety of civilians is to deter aggressors from attacking in the first place. The more risk we take with deterrence, the more we risk civilian as well as military lives.
My lords, I'm grateful to the noble Lord Verdurin for setting out this important matter so clearly, and to other noble lords for their very evident expertise in this area. The attempt to regulate behaviour in times of conflict, my lords, is a very old one. In classical antiquity, war without good cause risked religious pollution and divine disfavour. You may think this did little to inhibit it. So did the Church's later attempts to restrain violence in Europe, which at the most serious level developed into the just war theory, with its assigning the monopoly of force to the state, a restricted list of circumstances where it might apply, and ideas of proportionality and protection of non-combatants. At its root was the idea that violence is evil, but when faced with violence, force may be used, but with restraint. Men and women trained for war and arms deployed for their use have the most fearful capacity. Hence, in ancient doctrine and in modern treatise, we must place limits. My lords, I appreciate that the position of the countries named is greatly more exposed to threat than that of the United Kingdom currently, but the virtue and the impact of restraint and regulation is not felt when they are not needed. They are experienced, my lords, when the pressure is upon us to take fearful measures, and yet we persist in upholding the norms we have pledged to observe. That is the intent of these treaties, such as that on anti-personnel landmines and cluster munitions. They have much to commend them.
I too can commend noble Lord Verderami for bringing this debate and for his own prescience in the matter, notably last year in the debate here on the SDR when he foresaw that the embattled democracies of Eastern Europe might have to withdraw from the Landmines and Cluster Treaties Convention. I also particularly commend my noble friend Lord Attlee, who will be much missed in this place for his prescience on the matter, but there's also a particular piquancy in his intervention today, because of course 90 years since the election of his grandfather, Clement Attlee, as leader of the Labour Party. And that's of direct relevance to our deliberations today, because, of course, citizen Clem displaced the ageing pacifist George Lansbury. And we all remember Ernest Bevin as leader of the TGWU, his famous remark about Lansbury hawking his conscience. And it's a source of great pleasure to me that the Labour Party is now the party of Attlee and Bevin when it comes to nuclear weapons and to the broader defence of our kingdom. It is still, unfortunately, the ghost of Lansbury is present in too many of its deliberations when it comes to landmines and cluster munitions at this time. And I very much hope that will change. I was sorry that the noble Baroness last year, in response to Baroness Bennett of Castle Manor, was slightly hawking her conscience as well in reproaching the Lithuanian government for their wish to withdraw from the convention. And I was sorry about that. I welcome also in recent days, because I know this is a work in progress, that Lord Coker responded to Lord Speller only this week in a written parliamentary question that it was indeed that they were indeed going to acknowledge the sovereign right of sovereign governments to come to their own decisions, and I hope that progress will indeed be maintained. I have two particular questions for the noble Baroness. The first, just very quickly, I shall narrow it down to one if she will bear with me, is...
Wind up, please. It's 2 minutes.
to allow all speakers to get in. Thank you.
The Noble Baroness, there is a carve-out in the Cluster Munitions Convention. Will the Noble Baroness give a statement to this House on the legal viability and durability of that carve-out in the Cluster Munitions Convention for our forces?
Lord, please sit down and wind up. Thank you.
My Lords, I should declare an interest as a senior fellow of Policy Exchange who has produced very interesting material on all of this, and of course Lord Godson is its Director, Noble Lord. 30 years ago, Diana, Princess of Wales, campaigned against landmines, and I witnessed this because I was editing the Daily Telegraph, and I sent our revered former editor, Bill Deeds, Lord Deeds, to travel with her to Angola, and weeks before her tragic death to Bosnia. And he wrote beautifully about it, conveying to the world her passionate concern, which he, a holder of the Military Cross, shared. But what made the Princess's Halo Trust campaign possible were the propitious circumstances of the time. Peace seemed to have broken out, hence the Ottawa Treaty of 1997. But that shared peace has gone, my lords, and sad to say there is no prospect of its return. Our allies who have now withdrawn or given notice of withdrawal from Ottawa and Oslo are not heartless regimes, and on the contrary, they directly confront the threat of a heartless regime. And Russia uses anti-personnel mines in particular as a weapon of invasion because it sows them in occupied Ukrainian territory and prevents reconquest, makes civilian life impossible, and channels Ukrainian forces towards their death. They are the countries, these allies, who best understand the Russian threat, and they know they must be ready to respond in kind. So I am disappointed that our government seems to disapprove or even to hesitate to withdraw itself from Ottawa and Oslo. The Prime Minister rightly wants to give Britain to lead Europe in Ukraine against, helping Ukraine against Russian aggression, but it is not really leadership if it primly tut-tuts when our smaller allies toughen up. I just want to end, my lords. I was recently in Kyiv and I went to see a factory there which was making robots, and they showed me the robot carried two things. It carried Ukrainian landmines to plant, which would pass over minefields, and it carried a kamikaze landmine which would blow up at the end of its mission. Surely those were necessary things to do, not things that should be prevented by adherence to a convention.
Lords, I will speak very briefly because I only have time. And I speak as somebody who has actually been in in a minefield, and indeed in Iraq, and the wheel of a Land Rover behind me was blown off by an anti-personnel mine. And believe me, if you've just seen an anti-personnel mine blown off, you don't want to get out of that Land Rover for obvious reasons. I've also been responsible I've also set landmines, Claymore mines, only in training, and I've also been responsible for clearing landmines in the past. And indeed, I refer to a speech I made on the 10th of July 1998 in the other place where only myself and Lord Howard Blintley, who was then the Shadow Foreign Secretary, expressed reservations about the Ottawa Treaty, which is, of course, window dressing. How good we are. Actually, as a country, we last exported any landmines in 1982, I believe. I would ask the Minister how many UK landmines, anti-personnel mines, have been dug up by any agencies clearing mines since 1982. I was a trustee and then chairman of the Halo Trust for some 3 years. And I visited Somaliland, Eritrea, Angola, Mozambique and Cambodia, I think. There was never a British anti-personnel mine found. Since 1998, we've had endless anti-personnel mines have been laid around the world. In my dotage, I reckon I could still make an IED, an anti-personnel mine, in my kitchen. I'm not intending to for the benefit of any police. But that is what the Russians are doing in Ukraine. And are the North Koreans, the Iranians, the Chinese joining the convention? I don't think so. We all wish to see an end to anti-personnel mines. I've seen wounded people back in the 70s, the 80s, the 90s. I've seen UK soldiers maimed in Afghanistan and Iraq in the recent past. This convention does nothing for them, nor for peace. What it does is it takes away one line of defence from our own soldiers. If in a war we need that defence, British soldiers should have it if necessary. And I would just quote, if I might, from a speech I made in 1998, I just hope there is never an occasion on which British soldiers are left exposed and die because they do not have anti-personnel mines in their armoury.
My lords, I declare an interest as one of my sons, and indeed his wife, both work for the Halo Trust. one of the leading demining charities. And I'm also a trustee of the Royal United Services Institute. This debate is about a very difficult, both military issue and also a moral issue. There is no doubt that anti-personnel mines and cluster bombs disproportionately affect civilians. They make no distinction whatever between combatants and non-combatants. And the legacy of laying and dropping these weapons lasts for decades. In Cambodia, there are still mines dropped by the Americans during the Vietnam War, and in Kosovo, there are still mines dropped by the Americans and the British during the Bosnian War. So the United Kingdom has a high moral duty to safeguard this Ottawa Convention, of which it was a founder signatory in 1998. But 25 years later, the military situation in Europe has changed unimaginably. The Russians have laid hundreds of thousands, maybe millions, of mines in Ukraine, which will take billions of pounds and decades to clear, and it is very understandable that the Baltic states and other states bordering Russia and Belarus should feel it necessary to be able to defend themselves against further Russian aggression. Anti-tank mines can normally not be activated by human beings, and they can still be used. And modern technology has developed so-called smart landmines, which can be activated and deactivated remotely. So I humbly suggest to the Minister that they seek to preserve the principles of the Ottawa Convention, but attempt to modify it to take account of the new technologies and the transformed military situation in Europe.
My Lords, I begin with an experience from 1998 when I was in Cambodia on a bus going through a village beside a river. Looking out the window, I spied some faded hazard tape wrapped roughly round a small lump in the road. Getting closer, about as far away as that dispatch box is now, I realised that it was a small bomb, a cartoon-style cylinder with fins on the end, its head buried in the road. Now that wasn't a landmine or a cluster munition. In some ways it was less dangerous than either for being more visible and more obvious. But it was a reminder that the deadly legacy of war often lingers decades after the conflict ends, and that weapons, and particularly the highly portable weapons we're discussing today, can't, once let loose on the world, be contained to one place. That small bomb, I suspect, had been washed to that location by a flood, and landmines can easily be moved that way or by land movement. But as the Mines Action Group excellent briefing highlights, they were moved often too by deliberate human action. Licit and illicit global trade means a return to landmines in Europe would rapidly mean their spread to other regions, and within regions they can easily be moved, either as a complete device or as a source of explosives for improvised devices. At a giant scale, their presence or threat means that farmers cannot go safely into their fields, children can't play without risk of maiming or death, often women can't collect essential water supplies in safety. I thank the Noble Lord Verderain for securing today's important debate, rich as it has been with varied views, and hope that we will shortly hear from the Minister that the Government, with Britain as a genuinely leading figure in both the 1997 Anti-Personnel Ban Convention and the 2008 Convention on Cluster Munitions, will both continue itself to support them and be making every diplomatic effort to see them upheld and advanced around the world.
Hear, hear. I register my interest as the chair of Wilton Park. Up until now, the key issues have been that we were hoping to move towards the treaty's goals of eliminating landmines, their possession and their use, as well as clearing the current contamination globally. And we also were looking towards finding new ways of financing and advance that endeavour. But I think we're moving into a new territory now. Upholding global norms against possession and their use by any state is becoming by far more difficult. Things are changing. And statements by Poland and the Baltic states should be seen in the context that I believe it's for the first time in the treaty's history, a state that is not party to the treaty, i.e. Russia, has used landmines on the territory of a state that is a member, i.e. the Ukraine. I think the Baltics and Poland have drawn the conclusion about, first, the military utility of mines, but also for the capacity of the treaty to uphold the anti-mine norms. And we shouldn't be surprised that countries like Finland are beginning to have very similar thoughts. If state parties to the treaty are now reviewing their policy, it's potentially serious development for the treaty and the wider norms, both of which Her Majesty's government is very committed to. Back in June 2024, Wilton Park hosted an event preparing for success at the 5th Review Conference of the Mine Ban Treaty, ahead of the review conference which took place last December. Lord Vedirami, who very wisely called for this debate today, asked for further engagement. I would like to ensure the Noble Baroness, the Lady Minister, that Wilton Park is ready to facilitate such a convention of further engagement.
I congratulate Lord Vedirami. We face an acute international crisis. We must remember, Russia never signed these treaties. In his excellent paper, Policy Exchange, and again today, the Noble Lord has explained the restrictions on withdrawal. In other words, to leave lawfully, a state must complete 6 months' notice in time of peace. To leave when at war puts a state in breach. So now is the time. These weapons are most unpleasant. They leave grave dangers for civilians. Those are important considerations, and I don't overlook them. But Sir Ben Wallace has written that the Ottawa Treaty prevented the United Kingdom and others from helping the Ukraine with effective weapons, yet the Russians use them freely as and when they like. These weapons drive opponents into confined areas where they are easier to strike. They have been used to great effect in the Ukraine theatre. They've helped the Ukraine defend itself. To be at war against a Russia, itself fighting under no such constraints, would be for us, the United Kingdom, to fight with one hand behind our backs. It endangers our many fewer troops. It makes likely much heavier losses. Without them, we lose a deterrent. War will be more likely. That is why our Eastern European allies plan to withdraw from the treaties. I'm afraid we must do the same.
My Lords, the situation in the Baltic states and in Poland is rather different from that in the United Kingdom. And I think we need to look at the decisions of those sovereign states which have opted to withdraw from the Ottawa Treaty, and in the case of Lithuania, from the Convention on Cluster Munitions, in a somewhat different way from any suggestion that the United Kingdom should be withdrawing from treaties or conventions. Because the threats, the perceived threats to the Baltic states and Poland are very real. And as sovereign states, they very clearly have the right to make a decision. So the Noble Lord, Lord Godson, was suggesting that perhaps His Majesty's government had been critical of Lithuania. Clearly, it is not the role of His Majesty's government or of the United Kingdom to criticise our NATO partners and allies. But at the same time, there is a very strong sense in which His Majesty's government and the United Kingdom need to uphold the treaty obligations to which we're signatories. The Noble Lord, Lord Dubs, and the Noble Lady Baroness Bennett have talked about mines long after wars in places they've visited. In the Falklands in 2017, 35 years after the war ended, there were beaches on which one couldn't walk because there were still landmines. It took until 2020 for that demining to end. In Ukraine, it is likely to take 10,000 deminers working all year, every year for 10 years to get rid of the landmines that are there already. So, my Lords, we need to stick with our commitments. We need to ensure that the United Kingdom does not breach the international rule of law, and that, as far as possible, we stick with treaty obligations in order that we don't further risk escalation globally.
My Lords, just this week, Finland announced that it will be the latest state to withdraw from the Ottawa Treaty, following in the footsteps of Poland, Estonia, Latvia and Lithuania. The fact that so many states, all on Europe's eastern flank, feel threatened to the degree that they believe this step is necessary clearly demonstrates that we are living in a very different world to when the Ottawa Treaty was signed. This was highlighted by comments from the Finnish Prime Minister, and I quote, "Withdrawing from the Ottawa Treaty will give us the possibility to prepare for the changes in the security environment in a more versatile way." Given the time limit, my Lords, please let me ask a number of specific questions to the noble Baroness the Minister. Poland, Finland and the Baltic nations are all members of NATO. NATO members regularly operate in joint combat units. If the worst were to happen and the United Kingdom found itself dragged into a conflict with Russia, we risk a situation where British troops could be operating the same units as NATO allies who are not members of the Ottawa Treaty or the Convention on Cluster Munitions. And given the UK does remain party to these treaties, what is His Majesty's Government's assessment of the impact on our own troops of not being able to deploy the same weapons as the allies they are fighting alongside? But equally importantly, my Lords, what liability would our own courageous and valiant British soldiers have for the planting of such weapons that are prohibited for use by British armed forces under these two treaties? How would His Majesty's Government protect any British soldiers from being held liable? And finally, my Lords, as I believe the noble and gallant Lord Stirrup was inferring, we must be prepared to adapt our position on such treaties and agreements as circumstances change. So what assessments and scenario analyses has His Majesty's Government made, and what are their actionable conclusions?
My Lords, I'm grateful to the noble Lord Verderami for securing this debate, and to all noble lords who have contributed. I think we could have done with longer, because this is such a complex issue and, as many lords have said, incredibly timely. But I was struck that Lord Dubs reminded us, as I knew he would, of the dangers and the reasons that we helped to lead the formulation of these treaties in the first place, and his view was echoed by Lord Attlee, Baroness Brinton and the Bishop of Southwark, among others. But as Lord Sandhurst and Baroness Stewart said, this debate is more relevant now than perhaps it has been in the recent past. And Lord Stirrup's words, I think, they did resonate with me when he said that risk must be proportionate to military advantage, and asked us to imagine a threat on our borders. Certitude, he advises, is not always possible. And I understand his argument, and I think the best thing is for me to set out the government's position, including answering the questions, particularly from Lord Effingham, on interoperability. This government remains committed to the Ottawa Treaty and to the Convention on Cluster Munitions. Each treaty plays an important role in the protection of civilians, and we continue to use our best efforts to promote the treaties and their norms. It is for good reason that the UK and a majority of countries have come together to ban the use of anti-personnel landmines and cluster munitions. The human and financial costs of their use are devastating. Long after conflicts cease, civilians, and it is civilians, frequently children, that comprise the majority of victims year on year, continue to be killed, maimed and left permanently disabled by anti-personnel landmines and cluster munitions. As well as the terrible human cost, this creates a further toll on the long-term development and health systems in countries trying to recover from conflict. Anti-personnel landmines and cluster munitions also deny access to land, further imperiling food security. The direct financial costs of this can be devastating. In Ukraine alone, the World Bank estimates that fully demining affected territory will cost upwards of $37 billion. The histories of these treaties predate the end of the Cold War. The first efforts to exert legal constraints on landmines have been through the Convention of Certain Convention Weapons, the CCW, starting in the early 1980s, while the CCW's protocols set minimum standards in how landmines are used. Their limitations led to the vast majority of states agreeing to and joining the Ottawa Treaty in order to provide for an outright ban on landmines. Meanwhile, international proposals to prohibit cluster munitions date back to the Vietnam War era and were also first discussed in the CCW, which remains an important star chamber for future mechanisms. The UK played a major role in the negotiation of both treaties, and we continue to believe in their role and impact in protecting civilians and military personnel alike. As states parties have fulfilled their commitments, the risks to civilians from the remnants of anti-personnel landmines and cluster munitions have fallen in the vast majority of countries, and it is no coincidence that even among non-state parties, where no officially confirmed transfers of anti-personnel landmines between 1999 and 2024, and fewer states produce either system. The government recognises, though, that Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine has created significant challenges, upending the global security environment, raising tensions in the Euro-Atlantic space and undermining international law, including international humanitarian law. This is why the Chancellor announced last week a necessary increase in our defence budget to 2.5% of GDP and a plan to go further in the next Parliament. We'll make the UK a defence industrial superpower and ensure our armed forces have the equipment they need to defend our nation and our allies. And the government's support for Ukraine remains steadfast. We're absolutely committed to securing a just and lasting peace in Ukraine. This is vital both for Ukraine and for wider Euro-Atlantic and international security and prosperity. But a just and lasting peace is only possible if we continue to show strength and provide Ukraine with the support it needs to defend itself against continued Russian aggression. And this is why we recently signed a £2.6 billion loan agreement with Ukraine, earmarked for military spending, and a £1.6 billion export finance deal, which will supply Ukraine with more than 5,000 air defence missiles. Like the UK, our allies, particularly those with borders with Russia, have legitimate concerns about their security, and we do recognise they need to take difficult decisions about their own national defence. It is their sovereign right to do so within the bounds of international law. As I noted in this chamber in August, we regret that Lithuania took the decision to withdraw from the Convention on Cluster Munitions, a process which was completed last month. Nonetheless, we recognise that Lithuania saw themselves as an outlier in the region, and we do not anticipate further withdrawals from the CCM. Last month, Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania and Poland stated their intention to withdraw from the Ottawa Treaty. As our allies, we have closely engaged with them on this subject for many months, and we're working to understand what these decisions will mean in practice. We'll work with them in an effort to ensure that they keep as close to the principles underpinning these treaties as possible, to mitigate impacts both on the treaties themselves and the vital humanitarian disarmament norms that they have established. As well as a shared interest in the security of our allies, the UK also has strong defence partnerships in the region through NATO and the GEF. While we work through any implications of the withdrawals with our partners, we are confident that we'll be able to work with partners who are non-state parties. The Convention on Cluster Munitions contains explicit provisions under Article 21 concerning interoperability with non-state parties. Similarly, consistent with our position in international law, the 1998 Landmines Act provides a defence for military operations wholly or mainly outside the United Kingdom, where anti-personnel landmines have been or may be deployed by a partner who is a non-state party. The Act is clear that while it is a criminal offence for a British personnel to engage in the laying of anti-personnel landmines or related activities such as assisting, encouraging or inducing others to do so, other conduct which takes place in the course of or for the purpose of a military operation or the planning of such an operation alongside a state party would be permitted. To conclude, the government continues to believe that we can advance both our own national security and that of our allies and the vital humanitarian norms that protect civilians which these treaties represent. Nonetheless, we cannot ignore that there has been a fundamental change in the geopolitical context, and I am grateful to all noble lords for raising these questions. Just as the UK played a key role in the formation of these treaties, we are happy to take the lead and work with our allies and all interested partners to consider the best way to sustain the important norms these treaties have established in this new context, while at the same time continuing to prioritise our national security. But simply walking away won't help to achieve this. The UK and our allies' long-term security is not just served by our military strength, but through the establishment and commitment to international norms and rules, and the UK's role should be to respond to Russia's flagrant disregard for long-established global humanitarian norms by working to protect them, rebuilding confidence in the rules-based order for the long term, and demonstrating that Russia is on the wrong side of history. I beg to move.
Motion for debate. The net zero emissions target, what offered of Garvel.
My Lords, how appropriate that this debate should be scheduled on the day after President Trump told the world to grow up, play fair, pay your own way and become self-reliant. Because the stark reality is the UK cannot become self-reliant with the most expensive energy in the OECD. Hence the title of this debate today, my Lords, that this House takes note of the affordability of achieving net zero emissions by 2050. Let me begin by eliminating your Lordship's House on my own personal position on net zero. Number one, I'm not a climate change denier. In fact, in September 2015, I had the great pleasure of going to the North Pole with David Hempelman Adams, and I witnessed for myself the polar ice cap melting. Second of all, I attended COP26 in Glasgow in November 2021 as a Scotland Office Minister, and I advocated enthusiastically for net zero 2050 and the leading role the UK played. And I pay tribute to my noble friend Lord Sharma in his place today when the UK took the presidency of COP26 in 2019. 30% of the world had signed up to the concept of net zero, and when he handed the role over 2 years later, that was 90% of the world had signed up to the concept of net zero. So when I took on the front bench role on energy in opposition just recently, I had no particular ideology on energy. But like any sensible business executive taking on a new role, I threw myself into this brief, and I went on a journey of discovery to learn from external stakeholders and experts what net zero really means for the UK. So please allow me to share what I've found with your Lordship's House. And perhaps I should open just with two caveats. The first from Dieter Helm, a considered expert in these matters, not particularly party aligned. And he says this topic is one of the most complicated energy, we have in the UK, one of the most complicated energy systems in the world. The second caveat is that with the vast sums of money at stake here, there are vested interests which are very loud and very vocal. So with those two caveats, let me give you an overview of what I found on net zero. In 2004, the UK was energy independent, i.e. we could meet our internal demand with our own supply. In the last 20 years, both governments have reduced our hydrocarbon production, such that we now import 40% of our total energy needs, costing 40 billion a year. The result is that the UK now has the highest electricity prices in the OECD, 5 times the US and 7 times China for industrial usage, and 3 times the US for domestic usage. These exorbitant energy prices mean the UK has deindustrialised, such that our economy and employment is today 80% services and 20% in manufactured goods. The concept of net zero was to set a target in 2050 whereby we would switch our energy dependence from 75% hydrocarbon to 25% hydrocarbon. And yet today, in 25, we remain stubbornly dependent on hydrocarbons for 72% of our energy needs, with 40% being imported. The reality is that a 20-year experiment with renewables, mostly windmills and solar, has failed because the add-on costs of subsidies, levies and grid upgrades have doubled household bills. Their intermittency means they can never provide reliable and consistent baseload, and it means that we will always be dependent upon gas as our reserve. Meanwhile, renewable storage is impractical. Today in the UK we have storage for only 30 minutes. Even accessing all of the world's combined storage today would only give us 12 hours. All the while, the upgrades to the grid required to distribute intermittent renewable energy from remote wind and solar farms has been costed by Aurora at £116 billion over the next 10 years. That amounts to £4,000 extra per household, or £400 per annum. All of which means the real cost of renewables is vastly more expensive than gas, which can be distributed through our existing grid network, while also being unreliable. And finally, there's been no employment benefit to the UK because, one, most of the capital equipment is manufactured offshore, mostly in China, and only 58% of our highly skilled hydrocarbon workforce are transitioning to renewables at wages 1/3 lower, which explains why our highly skilled workforce is hemorrhaging abroad. Now, my Lords, in answer to numerous questions on this topic, the Noble Lord the Minister insists that our energy prices are high because of international gas markets. My Lords, this is a false narrative. The reality is that from 2008, household electricity prices began to diverge from wholesale prices of gas and electricity, which were broadly stable until Ukraine crisis in 2021. So why did household electricity prices accelerate away from the wholesale prices faster in the UK and the rest of Europe in the same period? And indeed, UK industrial electricity prices today are 6 times the price of wholesale gas versus 3 times in Germany and 2.5 times in France. So something other than the international wholesale price of gas must be driving higher electricity prices in the UK. And we now know the answer. It's all the subsidies, the levies, the curtailment payments and the grid upgrades required by renewables, particularly offshore wind. And over the next 5 years, the total cost to households of renewable subsidies and levies is estimated by the OBR to be £95 billion. That is £3,400 per household, a staggering £680 per annum per household. My Lords, can we now turn to baseload? The simple reason why renewables will never be reliable baseload in any energy system is because of the intermittency. Sadly, in the UK, sometimes the sun doesn't shine and the wind doesn't blow. In the UK, gas is relied upon as a reserve energy of last resort, or baseload, when the intermittency of renewables means that there's either no supply at peak demand or too much supply at reduced demand. This means that no matter how many wind farms we build, we can never switch off our gas reserve, which in turn results in massive duplication. And as a simple market mechanism, the market price will be determined by the marginal price of switching the gas reserve on and off, which has the grotesque outcome that wind farms are making huge profits based on the marginal gas price rather than their own cost of production plus a margin. Instead of making our own homegrown gas production more clean and more efficient, we weighed it down with the associated cost of offshore wind, such that 50% of the fuel costs of gas power stations are in the form of carbon tax. Moreover, our gas fleet dates from the 1990s, early 2000s, and is running at only 48% efficiency. Modern combined cycle gas terminals are the most carbon efficient way to produce power through gas, with emissions at 45% of coal-fired power stations. And at current prices, new CCGTs could produce electricity at £65 per megawatt, compared to new offshore wind at £90 to £120 per megawatt. And their capital cost is £500,000 per megawatt compared to offshore wind at £3 million per megawatt, i.e. 1/6 of the price, and giving 100% efficiency versus 40% in wind. And meanwhile, nuclear remains the most emission-compliant baseload, which is why in France, the cost of their electricity is half the price of the UK. Turning now, my lords, to energy security. The geopolitics of 2025 mean that energy is no longer just industrial policy, it is at the very heart of national defence. The UK now imports 70% of its gas, largely from Norway and the USA, thankfully both friendly nations. 20% of peak UK gas comes through the Laggerland pipeline between Norway and the UK. What havoc would be unleashed in the UK if that pipeline was ever sabotaged? It begs the question, why are we shutting down our domestic production of oil and gas, which, by the way, supports an entire sector of 200,000 jobs, brings much needed tax revenue to the Exchequer and contributes to our net zero target, whilst importing gas from the same North Sea via Norway. And why should we put ourselves at the mercy of Chinese imports for offshore wind? Well, whilst there is an opportunity to reset the geopolitics of Europe, German industry has also been hit by high energy prices caused by divestment from nuclear and subsequent over-reliance on Russian gas. If we want to de-weaponise energy in Europe, surely Britain's role as a clean and efficient homegrown oil and gas producer is crucial to our energy security. So, my lords, I put it to you that it's time for a rethink. I put it to you that 2025 is a good year to reassess net zero in 2050. The COP26, which I attended in Glasgow in November 21, represented peak global enthusiasm for net zero. And I said the UK led the way in switching, with a commitment to switch from 75% hydrocarbon to 25% hydrocarbon. Otherwise, I'm interested to note that just 2 months ago, in February this year, out of the 195 countries party to the Paris Climate Agreement, only 10 submitted updated climate targets to the UN. Of these, only 3 G20 countries submitted an updated target, and only 1 country reaffirmed a 2050 target with a pathway, the UK. My lords, how can it be credible to shut down our homegrown gas baseload when we account for 1% of global emissions, versus China opening 1 coal-fired power station per week and contributing 31% of global emissions? The fact is, the UK's extortionate energy prices are damaging our economy, and yet the gas, both offshore and under our feet, in the post-industrial heartlands of central Scotland, the North and the Midlands, could generate an exciting and new industrial revolution. As good citizens of the world, my lords, the UK can legitimately retain the ambition to have the cleanest energy system by 2050, but only if it produces cheaper energy, which will increase the prosperity and security of our citizens. My lords, Net Zero 2050 is a laudable ambition, which was passed through the House of Commons in 70 minutes in 2019 without any real assessment of its achievability. It has now become a straitjacket which is preventing the UK from resuming our place in this modern world as an industrial, technological and military powerhouse. In 2025, it is now clear to see that it is neither practical nor affordable, and it behoves all of us to think again. Which is why, my lords, I am proud that my party and my leader, Kemi Badenoch, has had the courage to grasp this thorny nettle. She made it clear in her keynote speech 2 weeks ago that Net Zero 2050 is unachievable, which requires our party in opposition to do some serious work to set out an alternative plan for the citizens and businesses of the UK. A plan that at its heart is affordable.
Hear, hear.
The question is that this motion be agreed to.
My noble lords and ladies, I am delighted to speak in this debate this afternoon and to follow my noble lord Offord. This is only my second speech in this House, and I'm pleased to make it on such a vital subject, and I look forward to the maiden speech of my noble friend later. The specific focus on affordability, I think, is welcome, but it does give me cause for concern, with its, I thought, implication, but clearly stated objective, that we cannot now afford our commitment to net zero emissions by 2050. Of course, the most fundamental response to that is we cannot afford not to. I'm tempted to speculate the shift of policy that the noble lord refers to reflects perhaps some internal political considerations on behalf of the Conservative Party, but I don't intend to get into that temptation and indulge in any political discussion, because this is too serious and too urgent, and we must maintain our focus on the realities of climate change and the necessity of delivering on our commitment to net zero targets. Nonetheless, I do accept the value of questioning the viability and the detail of targets, because we must guarantee that they are realistic and deliverable. My experience in Scotland is a case in point. The Scottish Government has chased headlines with targets ahead of the UK without taking the necessary actions, as has been clear to all, and now their targets are deemed unrealistic, following a damning assessment by the Climate Change Committee, thus undermining the credibility of those targets. Setting targets that cannot be met proves counterproductive and breeds cynicism. So, my noble lords and ladies, I stand here as a hard-headed Glaswegian who has learned to be sceptical of unworkable, even if worthy, targets. I have lived through industrial and energy transitions that have blighted communities and have blighted generations. And I am on alert for leaders that promise change but do not put in place the means or the resources to deliver fair and positive results. But I say to my noble lords and ladies this afternoon that that is not an excuse for inaction. Yes, question the target and examine the evidence, but to avoid action for reasons of political expediency, I think, is unforgivable and is an abject failure of leadership. In considering that evidence that I'm arguing we should examine in our consideration of this afternoon, let me refer, my noble lords and ladies, to the words of a minister in the other place. And I quote, "Our latest estimates put the cost of net zero at under 2% of GDP, broadly similar to where they were when we legislated for it, with scope for cost of low-carbon technology to fall faster than expected." That was in 2022, and the minister making that statement was no other than Kemi Badenoch. Her current repositioning has raised alarm across the political spectrum, not least from our former Prime Minister Theresa May, who stated that the target is supported by the scientific community and is backed by the Independent Climate Change Committee as being not just necessary, but feasible and cost-effective. Moreover, no one should be permitted to make claims about the costs of achieving the net zero target without factoring in the costs of doing nothing. As the OBR has recently stated, unmitigated climate change would ultimately have catastrophic economic and fiscal consequences for the UK, and that reality must be faced too. That is why the clean energy is properly a central commission of this government and helps us maintain our commitment to net zero. The CBI has said now is not the time to step back from the opportunities of green jobs, warm homes and indeed energy security. They also found that the net zero economy is growing 3 times faster than the overall UK economy. And has been referenced, we must of course consider the future of the North Sea in all of this. And it is the clean energy mission that offers a hopeful future for the North Sea, with its incredible clean energy potential. My lords and ladies, we know the North Sea is a maturing basin. Oil and gas production has seen a natural decline of 72% from 1999 to 2023. And the industry has lost around a third of its workforce over the past decade. Oil and gas will, of course, continue to play an important role for decades to come. But we must seize the opportunities of the clean energy transition, harnessing the North Sea's unique strengths, offshore infrastructure, highly skilled engineers and deep supply chains, boosted enormously, of course, by the establishment of Great British Energy in Aberdeen. My noble lords and ladies, as I say, I am that hard-headed Glaswegian, and I am clear that as Glaswegians we like to think we see it as we find it and we tell it as it is, and so we must. And of course, as the noble lord said, we must face the realities, and the stark realities as he put it, and we must face them. The stark reality we must face is climate change and what climate change will do to us. It is here and it will impact on all our lives. So let's galvanise around the clean energy mission, deliver the targets, because that's the future our people need. Thank you.
Well, my lords, I feel I ought to almost congratulate Baroness Curran on her second speech to the House. But I also look forward very much to Lord Rees's maiden speech. A second speech. I have to almost, I'm embarrassed to admit that I was one of my first real areas of being a front bench spokesperson was during the passing and consideration of the Climate Change Bill in 2008, which came about largely because of the noble Lord report, The Economics of Climate Change, which was of global significance, Lord Stern, of course. The great thing about that time was the unanimity and the constructive nature, not just of this House, but the other place as well. And certainly at the end of this House, the Conservative front bench spokesperson was Lord Taylor of Holbeach, and the never to be forgotten and still very active noble Lord Rooker as Minister for DEFRA at that time, before DEC existed. And there was unity that this was something that needed to be addressed. We were first globally to have such a comprehensive act and to set a net target of minus 60%, I think it was at that time, in terms of 1990 emissions, later changed to 80% during the passage of the bill. And it went through with very little, in fact, negligible opposition in both houses, and has since then, that unity has continued to grow. Indeed, as has been mentioned, the noble Baroness May, Lady May, introduced and passed net zero for the Act in 2019. And in a way, that was the high point of unity in this Parliament. We then had Rishi Sunak as Prime Minister. To be honest, I don't think Mr. Sunak was really interested in this area at all. He took some persuasion to go to his first COP conference, went in the end, but really I think his heart was not there. And then he, after the by-election in Uxbridge, I think it was, when Boris Johnson resigned, there was a feeling that there was a mood there, usually mainly because of the ultra-low emission zone argument going on, that this was the time to start to question net zero. And he did three things. One was to delay heat pumps, secondly to delay the ban on internal combustion engines, and thirdly to take away some of the plans for energy efficiency on tenanted housing. And but give Mr. Sunak his due, he unsuspectingly asked his former Energy Minister, Chris Skidmore, to do a report on net zero independently. And strangely enough, I just actually, particularly for the Conservative front bench, because Chris Skidmore was no bleeding heart liberal, believe me. He came up with these particular recommendations as part of his report. The heading was Net Zero, the Growth Opportunity of the 21st Century. And just a couple of his conclusions. Firstly, the UK must act decisively to seize the economic opportunities of net zero. Secondly, the benefits of investing in net zero today outweigh the costs. Thirdly, net zero can materially improve people's lives now and in 2050. And lastly, the last one I'll quote is, net zero by 2050 remains the right target for the UK. It is backed by the science. Former Conservative frontbencher, not anybody that would ever be a Liberal Democrat, and yet those were his conclusions. Now, Mr Sunak didn't pay no little attention to that and stayed on his retreat. And what was the result of that? Well, he lost, I think, 241 seats in the House of Commons last year. And I suspect his, if you like, move towards reform was not particularly successful. And I suspect that will continue to be the case. But what we do have now is the Leader of the Opposition, first of all, declaring herself a net zero sceptic, and secondly, and more recently, saying that net zero is impossible without bankrupting the nation. Well, the consequences are far, far more greater if we do nothing, exactly as the Noble Baroness has just said. Let me just two macro examples. The CBI report of 10% growth in the green economy in 2024, whereas the rest of the economy stayed pretty well as it was. But on the micro side, an area, the Warm Homes Plan, which the government currently has, expected to save individual households £140 per person, per household. And that will be far more than that if we had a proper future homes standard. My lords, the UN climate chief, Simon Steele, said, climate breakdown is a recipe for permanent recession. My lords, I believe if we follow the Conservative Party down the route they take, that's where we're heading. And I suggest to the Noble Lord Offord that he reads his own Chris Skidmore MP's report to really get how this works.
Hear, hear.
My lords, the road to net zero is indeed the growth story of the 21st century. Lord Teverson rightly reminded us that that was the conclusion of Chris Skidmore's report, and I have argued, and many others have argued the same. The clean is cheaper than the dirty across much of the economy. There is rapid innovation in the new technologies, better energy efficiency is higher productivities. Cities where you can move and breathe more easily are more productive than those where you cannot. Air pollution kills around 35,000 people a year in the UK and maims and disables many more. And the strong and fruitful investment necessary to realise these gains will itself drive growth and productivity. Our economy desperately needs such investment and the increase in productivity it will bring. And with good public policy, most of that investment will be in the private sector. My lords, there is no horse race between tackling climate change and generating growth. On the contrary, the former drives the latter. Let us look at some specifics of the British consumer and dispose of the nonsense that it's the green transition that drives up energy bills. The description given by the Noble Lord Offord is not one I would recognise. For detail of a more serious analysis, I would refer him to the outstanding work of the Energy Transition Commission, chaired by Lord Turner, who is here today. I should add that all the numbers I will use will be referenced on the Grantham Research Institute website at the LSE from tomorrow. An average household today spends around £4,000 a year on energy bills and car running costs. Net zero measures could save between a quarter and a third of this. Indeed, allowing for capital costs, a driver could save up to £400 a year by switching from petrol or diesel to an electric vehicle. An average household could save up to £550 a year through energy efficiency, and installing solar panels could save £300 or so a year. And further, there's substantial scope to cut electricity prices by reducing the overwhelming role of gas in pricing, by spreading transition costs over a longer period and shifting them onto gas where they should be, and by making markets work better over space and time. The issues here concern affordable finance, facilitating the practicalities of change, and lowering the price of electricity as lower carbon and lower cost options play an ever-increasing role. These will require clear and strong public policy, but staying with the dirty and costly makes no sense. Let's look at the job opportunities. Currently, the UK's low-carbon economy generates more than 80 billion in gross value added per year, close to 3% of GDP. It's projected to grow at 10% year on year, as Lord Teverson reminded us, and will likely overtake both the important creative and financial services sector within the next 10 to 15 years. It's a big deal. It already generates around 1 million jobs, with hotspots in Scotland, Hartlepool, Nottingham and Redcar and Cleveland. Low-cost, low-carbon energy will be crucial to our future in AI and to our competitiveness more generally. Let's look at energy security and resilience. The UK's dependence on fossil fuels involves great risk. The 2022 invasion of Ukraine triggered a dramatic spike in natural gas prices, household energy bills more than doubled, and many were pushed into poverty. It cost the UK Exchequer around 56 billion in emergency support, close to 2% of GDP. A UK fuelled by wind, solar, hydro and nuclear will have both cheaper energy and will be much more economically and energy secure. And let us remember why we must go for net zero. On current policies, the world is heading towards global average temperature increases of 2.5 or 3 degrees centigrade. We're fast approaching 1.5 degrees and the possibility of tipping points which could make climate change unmanageable. Continuing in this way would likely make many large and heavily populated parts of the world uninhabitable through inundation, intolerable heat, desertification, extreme weather events and disease. We have to keep the science right at the forefront. Hundreds of millions, probably billions, would have to move or perish. We would destroy much of the biodiversity and natural capital on which we depend. The effects would be devastating. Delay is deeply dangerous. My Lords, let us also remember that the UK does matter. Whilst we contribute less than 1% of global emissions, we are rightly seen as a leader, indeed the first G7 country to commit to net zero by 2050 under Prime Minister Theresa May in 2019. COP26 in Glasgow, I've actually been to all the COPs since 2006, but COP26 in Glasgow in December 2021 under a Conservative government and led splendidly by the noble Lord Sharma, who's here today, was a landmark. The Liberal Democrats have long championed the issue. I wrote the Stern Review from the UK Treasury 20 years ago as a civil servant under a Labour government. If we fracture or fail, other countries may back off. Let us not lose the cross-party commitment which is critical for investor confidence and for the sustainable prosperity we seek. My Lords, the world cannot afford the risks that the delay would bring. That is the opposite of realism. And the UK cannot afford to pass up the tremendous opportunities that lie in the new growth story of the 21st century.
Yeah. My Lords, this is a timely debate. I'm very glad to be able to speak in it. I'm reminded the preacher in the book of Ecclesiastes says, "To everything there is a season and a time to every purpose under heaven, including, I dare to mention in your Lordship's house, a time to speak and a time to keep silence." My Lords, for the Church, increased costs have a material effect on what we can do. I am as reluctant as anyone else to tilt at windmills or turbines. But not only the scientific consensus about human activity and climate, but also the dramatic changes of one's lifetime, expanding deserts, retreating glaciers, rising sea temperature, extreme weather events, lead me to believe that this is a situation where the option is not when or even what, but how. As with other great crises, we must shoulder the burden, and it is a challenge to our political leadership to share this task. In the Church of England, we have an exceptionally challenging target set by General Synod of achieving net zero by 2030, and the National Church has ring-fenced £190 million to support its churches and clergy housing towards this goal. In the Diocese of Southwark, where I serve, and in the Borough of Southwark, our share of national church funding has seen 18 of our churches embarking on co-funded projects that will directly reduce their CO2 emissions. Further across the diocese, 42 of our highest emitting churches have been offered a free energy audit and a starter grant from the Church of England to begin to take action to reduce emissions. We have, in addition, selected 2 churches, St Bartholomew Hawley and St Paul's Herne Hill, as demonstrator churches to provide an evidence base to demonstrate that rapid transition is possible. That said, the need and the investment brings tangible benefits, as we have heard from other noble lords. Churches and church schools around the country report significant savings in their energy bills as a result. In a wider context, the Energy and Climate Intelligence Unit has reported that the UK's net zero sector grew by over 10% between 2023 and 4 and generates, no pun intended, 83.1 billion in gross value added. The growth in employment in the sector is 4 times that of the economy as a whole. The lifetime cost of electricity generation for new solar panels as of 2021 is 11% lower than the cheapest form of new fossil fuel generator, and onshore wind is 39% cheaper. My lords, to continue along this path will mitigate the otherwise fearful future ahead of us. The Office of Budget Responsibility last year calculated that severe weather could cost the UK economy 8% in GDP by 2050. The impact on poorer regions of the world, some of whose Anglican dioceses are linked to my own, will be dramatically greater with the consequent upheaval and movement of populations that will cause, which will have major impacts for countries like ours. Yet, if we pursue net zero by 2050 with the spirit and ingenuity and imagination at our command, and cherish the creation given us, we may yet begin to restore some of the damage our species has done. John Keats wrote, "Oh, what can ail thee, knight at arms, alone and palely loitering? The sedge is withered on the lake, and no birds sing." Little did he realize that his poetry heralded the perils we face if we abandon our vigilance. My lords, the challenges of net zero are hard, but they are not unaffordable. The price of hesitation, though, will be irreversible. The time is now.
My lords, I signed up to this debate out of a sense of duty because as a Green, and I'd like to point out to the noble Lord Stern, Greens have been saying this for 50 years, 50. Out of a sense of duty, feeling, well, I have to put the interests of the planet and people. And now I'm having to follow 4 excellent speeches that I wish I'd made myself. So I feel much less weary about this particular debate because I think a lot of us here know that the question is not about whether net zero will cost the UK money, because we all know that cheaper renewable energy and better insulation will pay us back over time. It's about who pays for the transformation to a green economy, and it's also about who benefits from the switch away from fossil fuels. And how much will it cost everyone if we don't do all we can to stop climate change getting worse? Now, the last government held back progress in a quite shameful way. And I am very concerned that this government as well is perhaps not as focused as it can be on the solutions that are more practical than the ones that they're proposing. Climate chaos is going to hit our economy hard, whether we reach net zero or not. And global warming is already with us. The increase in the scale of wildfires and flash floods are just the first quite mild symptoms. We might focus on the increased energy of an individual hurricane season, sucking up energy from the warming air, but it's the growing shift in temperature ranges and droughts that should really concern us. The changes to agricultural productivity around the globe are going to mean scarcity and inflation, famines, and all sorts of movements of people that could impact very seriously in other areas. Some governments are going to collapse. A country that rebuilds and bounces back from one major catastrophe will eventually collapse if that 1 in 1,000 climate event is repeated year after year. California is one of the most affluent places on earth, and yet there are whole areas abandoned by private insurance where people either can't afford to rebuild after the wildfires or can't afford to move away because no one will buy their house. That's the new normal all over the world. Our economy is part of a global economy, and when parts of that international trade start to collapse, it will have far bigger impacts than Donald Trump's tariffs. And if you want to know where all the objections to net zero have come from, then you have to follow the money. The Conservative Party leader has abandoned net zero by 2050 because she's in the pay of the climate deniers in Tufton Street. She made the announcement immediately after receiving donations from the Global Warming Policy Foundation and linked pressure group Net Zero Watch. At least 4 members of Kemi Badenoch's shadow cabinet, including her shadow Net Zero secretary, Claire Coutinho, have also received donations from funders of the group. This was the same under the last government, with the fossil fuel lobby writing this country's laws. The right-wing think tank, the Policy Exchange, got money from American oil giant ExxonMobil. The Policy Exchange then advised Prime Minister Sunak on drawing up new laws to clamp down on protesters like Just Stop Oil. That's two-tier democracy, as the people with the big money get access to the Prime Minister to create draconian laws aimed at silencing the people with not very much money. And that's how modern Parliament works. It's systematically corrupt and biased in favour of those with fat wallets. It starts with the fossil fuel industry making money out of killing the planet, and it ends with ministers colluding with that destruction by dishing out new licences and tax breaks for North Sea oil and gas. And those who object, even if they do it peacefully and non-violently, are arrested and convicted for just planning a protest, as we saw at the Quaker Meeting House just last week. I'm sure that Labour peers still see themselves as good people, despite all the cuts and the thousands of children thrown into poverty. But the government is happy for the police to use that draconian law that the last government introduced. Labour spoke against it, but sat on their hands and let it pass, and now they are not rescinding it, they're not repealing it. It's obvious that this government has some responsibility for those arrests and that police behaviour last week. If you don't think the police did what they should have done, if you don't think they're right, then you really ought to start thinking about repealing those draconian powers. The Green Party wants an end to government by chequebook. We would get rid of all those vested interests that promote the expansion of Heathrow and Luton and the growing number of private jets. And we would stop money being wasted on expensive climate cons like the Drax power station, new nuclear and carbon capture and storage. The Noble Lord Offord mentioned something about this. No, hold on, sorry. It was so irritating, I had to write it down. Renewable storage isn't practical. Well, neither is carbon capture and storage. Please, get some more information about that. It's absolutely failing. So we should put solar panels on schools and new homes and do them all. Don't just make token changes for the sake of a photo op. Greens would make sure that all new homes become energy producers in communities rather than corporations benefit from the renewable power in their part of the country. This is the way to get people on side with a Green New Deal, not changing the planning rules, threatening newts and sending in the bulldozers.
Well, my Lords, it gives me great pleasure to take part in this debate. I fully support my noble friend's policy on trying to achieve net zero, and we've heard many noble Lords speak about the need to do it, most noble Lords anyway. I'd just like to say a few words about how to achieve it, because the issues relate round, some noble Lords have already mentioned it, cost, reliability. Does the technology work, or is it something in the dim distant future? How is the energy distributed? The fuel that it replaces and how it produces, and of course security. I'll give two examples. And the first one is something called a pump storage scheme, which I worked on, must be 50 years ago, I'm so old now, on the River Severn. And the great thing about a pump storage, which has now come up again in people's idea, is that you can predict when it can produce energy, because you know when the tides are going to come in and out. It's quite simple. So the key is to get that a good place, good planning, and the right energy to make that work and produce low-cost energy at a reliable time. My second example is one that I spoke about briefly in the debates on the energy bill, which was, I have to declare an interest. I'm one of 4 million people who live in a house in the country which doesn't have gas, and therefore we have to burn oil or use electric. And there's a lot of people work in this industry, something like 25,000 people, and it's quite a well-developed source of energy which avoids you having to convert to air source or ground source heating, which, as noble Lords will know, will probably going to cost somewhere between £15,000 and £30,000 for people, which is actually quite beyond most people's means. And I think the question there is mainly, where does the material, the source of the fuel, come from? And the answer is it comes from second-hand cooking oil and things like that. It also needs distributing, and I think it's worth looking at the way the energy needs, assuming they're going to go down the wires in the future, how they're going to get distributed around many parts of the country which don't have it at the moment. We can't see it at the moment, and my noble friend who spoke about what's happening in Scotland, and I'm told that the cost of increasing the amount of power needed to change the infrastructure in Scotland is something like somewhere between 900 and 1,300 pounds per home. Well, that's a lot of homes in Scotland, you know. And so I think we have to look at what's the cheapest and easiest way of achieving this without having to change your boiler or having to keep the electric switched on. And this is why the governments of, I think, Scotland, Northern Ireland and the Republic of Ireland have all committed to using these new fuels as a key part of their decarbonisation strategy. I rather worry that some, at least members of our government, seem to be rather more keen to build a third runway at Heathrow and use second-hand cooking oil to fuel all the planes that may need it. I hope that's not serious, because I think there's a greater need for this material for other things besides enabling you to get to Guatemala rather more quickly. So I want to make two requests to my noble friend the Minister. Can he look at the needs of the rural off-grid households to acknowledge within the forthcoming Warm Homes Plan that the government will not have fully recognised the issues that these households are facing. And it's a serious issue for people who can't afford it. It applies to churches as well, I imagine, because we don't want to be shivering in churches, we don't want to be shivering at home. But secondly, we have the primary legislation in place via the Energy Act 2023 to create the necessary obligation mechanism which would give the necessary market signals and certainty to the industry to roll out these fuels for home heating and reduce costs to the consumer. It doesn't need a public subsidy, it doesn't need grants or even treasury money. All we need, I'm told, is simply for the Secretary of State to activate section 159, little 3 of that Act and launch a public consultation to gather the views of the stakeholders involved. So will my noble friend commit to this when he responds to this debate? But in the meantime, I congratulate all noble lords who've spoken in favour of net zero, and let's hope we keep at it.
Yeah. My lords, I'm certainly not a climate denier. I believe world emissions are continuing to rise fast despite all our efforts and all the warnings of Lord Stern and many, many others. The difficulties of controlling the climate seem to be growing rather than decreasing. And I'm not even against having targets of a kind. Ambitions and targets are all right for governments to have, as long as people aren't misled into thinking that if they spend enough money, it'll all work when it doesn't. And I'm certainly not against John Keats and many of his associates as well. That's a lovely world we all aspire to. But I do want it to work for a modern economy and a modern society of social stability rather than bitterness and division and real suffering by millions of people. And there are just two gigantic question marks over the present path of our policy. And one, I don't want to get into partisan points. You can say the pathway was set by the past, but it is being followed with zest, it seems, at present. And these worry me a lot. We are fooling ourselves if we ignore the real problems of these two gigantic questions. The first is cost. The cost, the zero range official statement is 1.4 trillion. That's according to the Committee on Climate Change. 3 trillion according to the National Grid, and there are figures of 10 and 16 trillion batted about as well. And Net Zero Watch has got very high numbers. The Energy Technologies Institute has